guys, Veggie Gamer back, and I said that a little bit quieter than normal, guys, because as you can see, the little woozle is in here at the start of a video. That's very unusual. I think it's because it's getting a bit colder now, and because I'm locked in this room when I record, it does get a little bit toastier, so she'll probably pop out in a bit. But yes, I wanted to start off a little bit quieter than usual, guys. Oh, Oofty-Boo, Piskaboo, and Tessarosso. Well, of course, guys, let's get the formalities out of the way. Guys, how you all doing? As you can see from this video is slightly late, guys. I like to wear my Father Christmas hat throughout December, and this was meant to be November's episode. I've had to take a few days off this month, guys. I've not been well, unfortunately. But yes, we're looking forward to covering it, though, guys. The excellent chapters here, they really are. I would say it's got one of the best. It's not really a twist, but like a surprising outcome, I guess you could say, in the second chapter. And in the first chapter, I think it has possibly what is possibly the creepiest moment in Harry Potter. I'm very interested to see what the comments are on that moment, guys, because I got chills at that moment. So I don't know if that was the case for anyone else. I really have no idea. But my goodness, that should have been in the movie, that moment. Oh, I haven't checked out the movie scenes. I'll do that in just a moment before we get over to my notes. There is going to be quite a lot to watch as well, isn't there? I guess. Either way, doesn't matter, guys. Before we get started, guys, hi, I'm Veggie. We're doing the Harry Potter book reviews here, as you can see. It's a very, very in-depth review series. You can, if you want to be a part of the discussion and get 2 more of these episodes, guys. So if you get up to date on YouTube and you want another, like, say 10 hours of content to check out straight away, then you can back the Patreon for as little as $1. If you back it for $1, you get access to everything on there. That's all movie polls, all movie reactions, all TV shows, TV polls, the book reviews, 2 more episodes, like I say, and you also get to be a part of the book club, guys, which is something that we do in the second half of these videos, where I go through your comments and thoughts and opinions and everything, and give you my thoughts and opinions on those. It's the funnest part of doing these, guys, and so if you want to be a part of that, please do consider backing the Patreon. Never feel like you need to, though, guys. These videos will be coming out for free, as always, and I read all my comments that I get as well, guys. So if you leave a comment on a video, I will still read it, but for it to be in the video, you can back the Patreon for as little as $1. Talking about $1, guys, I have now finally turned on the annual membership. So what I believe happens is if you pay for 12 months, you get I think it's like 10% off. Which is essentially, from what I gather, it's going to come to around $10 8 cents, I should say, per year. So you're making a bit of a saving there, but as always, guys, like I say, never feel like you need to back it. These videos will be coming out for free as always. Oh, that's the wrong thing. There we go. So, what other housekeeping? Not really that much, guys. Again, sorry that it's late. I did miss out Hobbit's comment, guys. I've done that before, so I'm so sorry, Hobbit. I'm going to cover it right now before we get over to my notes, but we'll just quickly check out the movie scenes first. But Hobbit's comment from last time says, "Hello, I hope you're both well." So clearly we are. Another night's detention, I think, she said softly. It's funny how the most gently spoken phrase can sometimes be the most infuriating. Oh, infuriating is the right term, and I was interested to see what word you're going to use there, but infuriating is definitely one I would include in that. My memory of first reading this book is hazy, but I vividly recall the sense of injustice, one after the other, being cranked up like a ratchet. That is I love that description so much. Perhaps that line stood out as it follows soon after one of my favourites, a McGonagall to Umbridge in response to her pointless questioning about knowing why she was there to inspect her lesson. Obviously, I received your note, or I would have asked you what you were doing in my classroom. The book McGonagall is excellent, guys, and movie McGonagall is excellent as well. But you get the feeling that movie McGonagall is meant to be like the kindly but strict grandmother, whereas McGonagall doesn't really have that connection with them at all, which I actually think certainly makes it more realistic. her possibly or imagined by Harry smiling towards was a nice touch. Very nice. That was satisfying, in fact. To be perfectly frank, though, this is a school that probably been overdue an Ofsted inspection. Yeah, we will be discussing it today, guys. Hogwarts is a horribly run school. There's no, you can love the characters as much as you want, guys, but my goodness, there are some freaking terrible things about it. Even in the Wizarding World, I know that certain health and safety things are okay because they can just be fixed by magic and everything, but there are some things which are still just really bad. But we'll be discussing it in the notes as I remember. Anyway, back to your comment. Also, to add to something you've commented on a few times, the countries and government stuff, I think it's meant to read as just a secret version of the RL one, or real life ones. It just uses Britain as a common language for the UK, United Kingdom. I don't think it's ever trying to imply anything controversial. So I wouldn't look too closely. Okay, I think I know what you're referring to, Hobbit. It is specifically to do with the Republic of Ireland. It's so using the term UK to describe Britain is fine, but the Republic of Ireland isn't in the UK, so that's my problem, you know. And you know, I'm not trying. I'm pretty certain I've said it every single time. I don't believe the author would be touching that, because it is an extreme, especially back when this was written, guys. It was an extremely sore issue, like really bad, and it still is to this day, guys, but not as bad as it was back in the 90s, and so. You know, people have died. You know, many people have died, and so I don't believe for a second that the author would have the neck to ever say, "Oh, in this reality, the Republic of Ireland is part of the United Kingdom." I don't believe that that's what she's doing, because I don't think that she would. I feel like that would be a wild thing to do, and she would know, being from the UK herself. So yes, I don't think it's meant to be anything controversial. I just find it odd that you know, I don't believe in the written world that the Republic of Ireland is in the United Kingdom, guys, because that is a very, very sore issue for a lot of real life people who are still suffering through aftermaths of horrific events. So let's move on from that. And that's what I'm talking about. I don't believe that she would be doing that, because my goodness. And if she was doing that, and if that hadn't been brought up before, I'd be even more shocked. And so yeah. In fact, if that was what she was going for, it would have been brought up. Obviously, it would have been brought up, and so I don't believe that's what they were going for. If you enjoy how this stuff interacts with real life, I have a strong feeling you'll quite enjoy Chapter 1 of Prince. Not Prince of Magic. Oh my goodness. Prince. I just referenced a movie called The Killing of Satan, guys. It's a very strange movie, and there's some animal cruelty in it, but I saw it when I was at university, and it was one of the most bizarre things I've ever seen in my life. In fact, me and a few university friends actually made a sequel to it. Insanely. It is it's not Brazilian. Is it Taiwan? I can't remember what country made it. I don't recommend it unless you want laugh. It's a good movie to laugh at. Not with, at. I'll leave it at that, guys. But yeah, there is some nasty animal cruelty in it, unfortunately, regarding snakes. Snake! Oh, Woozy, will you sleep? Your eyes gone all weird. She went to the vets this week, guys. She was not happy. She was not happy. Hobbit, thank you so much for your comment. I'm so sorry about missing out, and I will endeavour to remember to read your other comment in this video as well, your new comment, because I saw that you sent one. Guys, let's go over to my notes. I'm going to go and check out the movie scenes real quick, but we're nearly 10 minutes into this video already, which, to be fair, is alright. I want to mention the annual thing, apologise about being late and cover Hobbit's comment. So once I am up to date on the movie scenes, we will check out Jones's wonderful side panels and Max's summary. For Chapter 17, Educational Decree number 24. Is that the longest title that we've had so far? I think it must be. So I'll just rewatch the scene, guys, and it's actually really good. I do like the room requirement scene, which is basically all that's the movie covers for these chapters, I believe. If not, then we will go back and fill. But actually, the Sirius Black bit. No, I'm not sure if there is another one in the movie. If there is, I apologise, guys. We'll cover it in the future. But it's a great little sequence, guys. And you have like Filch like trying to like sit outside it and infiltrate the room requirement and everything, which we will discuss, guys, because we get some very interesting information about Filch in this chapter. You also have Hermione knowing about it, guys, which we will discuss, because I don't think that makes any sense, but we will get to. I get what they're going for, but Hermione really shouldn't know about the room requirement. But we will get into it. But obviously it has Filch there and everything, guys. And I'm a big fan of reaction channels. That's why I do my own reactions, guys. And I've been following. I'll try to avoid any spoilers here, guys. But I've been following Popcorn in Bed's Game of Thrones reaction series, and she's just got to a certain episode. That's all I'll say. Makes this scene in Harry Potter seem slightly less lighthearted. That's all I'm gonna say. That's all I'm gonna say. If you know, you definitely know. Anyway, her reaction to it was painful to watch in a good way, in a very good way, in a fantastic way. I was fully expecting it to be that big a reaction. That's all I will say. But yes, if you know, you know. Anyway. Let's get into Max's summary, and Jonas, I didn't call you Ron then. Jonas, thank you so much for the side panel. Chapter 17, Educational Decree number 24. Harry is in a good mood, but it quickly goes away as he notices banning any group larger than 2 of students together, which includes Quidditch. He thinks Umbridge found out about the Hogshead meeting, but Hermione informs him that no one who signed the paper could have told because it was jinxed, which now completely explains why there wasn't this. Because we were discussing, the safety and the purpose for it last time, but Hermione's got all things covered. She really does. In History of Magic class, Hedwig appears at the window, looking like she had been attacked. Harry takes her to Professor Grobbly-Plank, but snags the letter before she takes her away, which simply says, when Sirius wants to meet Harry. Yeah, I really like that moment, guys, and I'll explain why when we get there. Hermione thinks that it was intercepted. Draco begins to speak horribly about people at St. Mungo's hospital, which causes Neville to lash out at him before being held back. Umbridge gives both Snape and Trelawney evaluations and puts Trelawney on probate. I thought you said evictions then, which that has not happened, at least in the book, yet. So I thought you jumped the gun there, but you haven't, Max. It does say evaluations. Later in the evening, Sirius appears in the fire. Dancing in the fire. Ignore me. They talk about all the events, and Sirius gives Ron a message from his mother. He also informs them he too knows about the meeting because a Mundungus was in disguise there. I love that. I love that so much. But yeah, that was... I didn't think the Witcher would ever come up again. I really didn't. A hand appears out of nowhere and frails around as if it was searching. It was Umbridge's. It was Umbridge, I should say. Max, thank you so much for your summary. So I should just quickly open my notes, because I actually haven't even got them open yet, guys. Should we go into it now? No, we won't. We'll do it in order, guys. In these videos, I get way too out of order, so we will do it in order. But yes, the thing that I was talking about at the top of the video may have just been described. So, homework getting done. Excellent. It's good. I really like how this book has started with Harry sort of like really not seeing it as like something that isn't important, but like, you know, everything else is more important, I guess you could say. But now it really is the focus of Harry's life, is doing this blooming homework. It really is, even more than the club and everything. We are now in late autumn, or fall, as some of you may know it. I wonder if that's changed in the books. You'd think not. Because Harry would say autumn, he wouldn't say fall. So yeah, I'd imagine that hasn't changed. Harry's like very, very satisfied with the fact that people are like coming to him for help and everything, and the fact that he's going to be teaching them and everything. He finds that weird, but he does actually. He's definitely getting some enjoyment out of being the centre of attention here, guys, and I mean that in the best possible way, because the thing is with Harry, it's so interesting how sometimes regarding certain things he really wants attention, Quidditch and stuff like that. You know, he has you know, dreams of being like this great, and also with the Goblet of Fire, though that was more of a fantasy rather than what he actually wanted to happen. But then with the Voldemort thing, it's very, it's 99%, even to the point of not telling Ron and Harry, Hermione about stuff that he doesn't want to tell anyone about it, because they'll think something about this about him and all this sort of thing. But there is still a part, even when it comes to the Voldemort stuff, that he does enjoy the attention with, which is, I think, it's just completely and utterly natural, guys. So I really find that line interesting. The fact that that he does still enjoy attention to even when it's regarding kind of semi-regarding Voldemort. Mondays is the worst day of the week in school, in his school schedule. I remember when I was at school, guys, and there were certain days I absolutely dreaded, but then other days that just felt like an absolute like cakewalk, whatever that means. I don't know what that means, but to say it though. I absolutely remember that. Ron and Harry have been learning the sloth grip roll, which you can basically, you can absolutely imagine just basically hanging upside down, I presume. There's a sign in the Gryffindor common room for all students. Student organisations, societies, groups, teams, and clubs are henceforth disbanded. You're not allowed to do activities with 3 or more students together. Oh no, sorry. This counts. This includes any group which is over 2 people, as Max said. A form or there is a form to appeal for the reapply for the organisation to start up again, and any student found breaking this rule will be expelled. I got down here, the timing for this is crazy, so you do get the impression that absolutely Umbridge knows that at least something is going on. It could be a coincidence, guys. It could be a coincidence. Because the thing is, Umbridge has only been in this post for a very short amount of time. From what I gather, she's still doing the assessments, isn't she? We got that scene today, guys, which I was not expecting to be in a movie. I actually really wasn't, but we'll get to it. So yeah, the timing is wild. So this is the decree number 24. I got down here, is this in the film? I don't know, guys, because it shows so many of those things being nailed into the wall by Filch. But it literally shows them for like 3 seconds, and I can't read them that fast. And so I could go through them and pause and check and pause and check. I'm not going to do that, guys, because it's frustrating. I enjoy doing these videos. I don't want to have to do assess the movie to that extent. It's insane how small they are, guys, and how quick they're on screen. For a dyslexic, I should say. So yeah, if it is there, let me know. I presume it probably is. Harry says that Umbridge must know, and at this point, I'm right there with him. Ron suggests that it could be either Smith, because obviously Smith is Zacharias Smith, who I will be referring to as Smith for now. If that's okay, guys. Is the most likely one because of his attitude in the initial meeting, or it could be Corner, which is amazing. I love the fact that Ron suggests that it could be Corner for literally no blooming reason. Maybe it is. Maybe it is. Ron tries to tell Hermione, who's still in the dorm rooms. He runs up the stairs, but he slides down. Now, I thought when we played Hogwarts Legacy, and that happened. Well, it didn't happen. It did happen. Yes, it happened in Hufflepuff common room. I got the impression from the chat that it was a Hufflepuff exclusive, but clearly not. Clearly not. An alarm sounds as well, which I'm pretty sure it does. I'm pretty certain does not happen in the game. But then again, that is set before the events of Harry Potter. You're right, Stinker. Stink nice and warm, are you? I got on here. The students in general, let alone the male students, should have been told that before, because Ron could have fallen on his neck. It could have been really bad. Again, I know the Wizarding World, certain safeties and everything, but I don't understand the reason for not saying, oh, by the way, boys aren't allowed to go up there. Maybe that has been said. Maybe it has been said, but I'm pretty certain it hasn't. Okay, I don't know. It very possibly could have been mentioned. And if you said that, then I guess you can kind of warrant having the slide. But I would also, if it was my job online, I would say you can't go up there, and this is the thing that'll happen if you try to. But then again, people try to like get a ladder up there or something. I don't know. Anyway, who cares? Hermione says that it's an old-fashioned rule about how the founders the founders felt like that boy students are less trustworthy, and so that is why it's only for boys going to the girls. Very interesting, guys. It does instantly, and I love the fact that she says it's old-fashioned as well. It really does, because I'm sure I brought this up before, guys. In fact, I definitely have, so I'll keep it brief. But in Carry On Teacher, which is 1960s, oh yeah, very early 60s, in fact. Well, 60s. 1960s comedy, of the Carry On series, guys, which I've talked about many, many times. They're not my favourite movie series or anything, guys, but I'm fascinated by that era of comedy. And also the quality levels are drastic. They're hugely different, guys. Carry On Abroad is great. The Spanish accents in it are so stupid that I feel like they can't be offensive, because they literally don't sound like Spanish at all. But I'm not saying that everyone has the right to be offended by stuff and everything, guys. But my take on it, and I like to try and see it from what was intended, as well as what society at the time would have thought, and what society would think now. And even then, I do feel like Carry On Abroad is it's not too bad. But then you have Carry On Manual, which is absolutely awful. I feel like that is the worst. I know that there are some which are absolutely awful. But anyway, Carry On Teacher was one of the very, very first ones. In fact, I think it may have actually been the second one. Black and white, very, very different humour. Because obviously the Carry On movies are known for being a bit raunchy. There's nothing raunchy in the early ones, guys. It's all like romantic comedies. Because there's like 30 of them. And that's obviously spanning a long time. But in Carry On Teacher, at the end... it's basically about kids pranking the teachers and everything to try and convince the head teacher to stay. It makes sense in the movie, but at the end, like, a group of kids get caught, boys and girls, and before being caned, because obviously they were caned back then, guys, before getting caned, like, the teacher says, okay, girls, back to class. And so it's just the boys that are going to get caned. Because I watched many of these with my mum, which I appreciate, because obviously she would have been, around that age and everything. And she said that, back then, if boys and girls together were doing something wrong, the blame would be completely put on the girls, because it would be believed that the girls had been convinced to do it by the boys. And so I really appreciate the fact that Hermione says that it's old-fashioned, because I feel like that is it's a real thing. It's a real thing where certain rules, not even the rules, but if boys and girls are seen to be doing something together, it's the boys' fault. That's specifically with RL rather than Hogwarts. But I found that little bit of detail very interesting. Hermione says that no one has been blabbing because she put a jinx on paper, which is awesome. That, I mean, we discussed it last time, guys, about the safety and everything and the reason for putting everyone's name down. I hate the movie scene where they're all queued up. It makes no sense. It's the same later on in the room of requirements scene where Neville's trying to do Expelliarmus, but they're all in a queue in this like big room. It's so. There are some weird choices in these movies, guys. There really are. Anyway, it doesn't matter. I still love the movies, guys. It always sounds like I'm having a go, doesn't it? That is never my intention. Apparently the jinx that she's put on her would make Midgin's acne seem like freckles, which is a nice callback. It is in all the houses. I thought that maybe it would just be Gryffindor at first, but no, it is in all the houses when they go to the Great Hall, and it's clearly been discussed by a lot of people. Other members of the group come over, but Hermione's like saying, "Get back, you idiots!" Basically give it away that we're a group, an organisation. Which I enjoyed. Angelina, who we get. This book has had a lot of Angelina, guys. Seriously, I'm sure that Wood was ever. There was only really one book where Wood was in it, like almost constantly. But I feel like Angelina is actually. I mean, it's good. It's good. It's a sign that she's passionate about Quidditch, and it includes Quidditch guides, which is not something which I expected at all. I got down here. Surely it has to be allowed and everything. And if there was no Quidditch at Hogwarts, that would actually probably be a bit of a scandal, because obviously it's a career path. It's the training for. It is British, isn't it? It is the British team. It is, because it would be England and Scotland, if not. Yeah, so the British Quidditch team would be missing out on several generations of Quidditch if it wasn't allowed to happen. So because of that, guys, at this point I thought, okay, they must just mean practice. They must just mean practice. Turns out, no, I was wrong. But it'd be a big scandal. I feel like it would be newsworthy, in fact. HOM, history magic. I only noticed yesterday, but a couple of my shortened down names are Mum and Dada. I only just noticed that now, guys. So in History Magic, Harry not even trying to listen, which is amazing, even though Hermione's nudging him. Oh no, she's glaring at him about not concentrating, but then nudges him when Hedwig appears at the window. Didn't deliver the letter of breakfast, which was Harry's first thing that he thought. Lavender looks over and says how much she loves Hedwig and everything, that type of and everything. Lavender's just into animals in general, isn't she? I appreciate Lavender for that, I do. But Binns doesn't notice everyone is not paying attention, which is brilliant. He's just completely autopilot. He really is. In fact, there's a very funny line coming up as well regarding him. Harry just walks over and opens. He does it carefully, but he walks over and opens the window. Hedwig hops in. Her feathers are a mess, and it appears that she has an injured wing. Harry actually interrupts Binns to say that he's not well, so he can go to the hospital wing, but he's actually going to be taking Hedwig to somewhere else. And Binns looks up as if surprised that his room is full of people. So I love that line so much. That's such a great line. And also, I don't know how often we actually hear Binns talk in the books, guys. So obviously, when it's his class, he's constantly talking, but very little interaction when it comes to the words in the books, right? Or am I mad? I feel like that is the case, and so it's certainly very rare anyway. And so, yeah, it's nice to hear Binns talk as I've got down here. And he says, "Well, off you go then, Perkins." You see, now this is the depressing thing about YouTube nowadays, guys. Keep it down. Where's your other leg? Where's your other leg, monkey? Oh, that is your other leg. It is. There you go. So nice and warm, yeah? This is the depressing thing about YouTube nowadays, guys, is that a poster back in my day, where the algorithm back in the day mattered less, and so little jokes or little funny things or personal choices and everything, guys, are now financially a bad idea to do, which sucks. It really does, guys. When I first heard about the comparing thumbnails thing and everything, guys, I didn't like the idea of it. I just liked the idea of making a thumbnail that I like the look of and posting it and letting people enjoy it. But if I do that, then that affects my channel. And so now I know that some channels essentially rip off each other's thumbnails. I was looking for reviews of Survivor Series because I didn't think it was very good. I didn't think WWE wrestling, I should say. I don't think Survivor Series was very good, guys. It happened, and the matches happened, and they threw punches and did moves and everything. That's about it. There was one return which I feel like was mistimed, but glad to see her back. Very glad to see her back though, because she is. I am a fan. But I won't say who, just in case. What am I talking about? Oh yeah, so yeah, I was looking for reviews, and the first the first few videos at the top of my search all had exactly the same thumbnail of like a person of like, can I? Like I can't. I'd have to get way too close. So like of like a picture of the men's Survivor Series match, and then a person going, and it's all exactly the same thumbnail, just with a different channel and different face doing it. Now, granted, my faces are pretty extreme with my thumbnails, guys. This isn't me putting myself on a pedestal, guys. In my defense of my expressions, because I know my last Husband Hotel video had me like a... But that's a genuine reaction that I had. All of my thumbnails, apart from, like, say, 3 or 4, including the Percy ones, obviously, are not posed. They're literally taken from the video. Literally, like, 4 or 5. I think it is 3 or 4. I think it is that few, in fact, I've actually posed for. And there was one Has Been Hotel, 2... No, there have been more Harry Potter ones. Because the one where I'm screaming when Hufflepuff won, which was a mistake, guys. I appreciate that was a mistake, however I put that in my book review. I apologise. I really messed up during Prisoner of Azkaban, guys. I'm sorry. Life was extremely tough at that point. And I shouldn't have let it leak into my videos. What the hell am I talking about? Yeah, I've definitely done it in one Has Been Hotel video ages ago about like the male fathers, the fathers in Has Been Hotel. Yeah, so it must be 4 or 5 now I think about it. But you know, the reason why these people are having exactly the same thumbnails apart from their faces or in the pose is because the algorithm saying video is popular, this video has a similar thumbnail, so that means that they're both going to be popular. Make them both more visible, you know? And so it's so depressing that that's the way that has to be done now. So if that wasn't the case, old school Veggie, who quite frankly would not believe that would be doing this project, quite frankly, but old school Veggie absolutely would have the title of this video, Harry Perkins and the Order, movie watcher reads Harry Potter, Order of Phoenix. Sorry, movie watcher reads Harry Perkins and the Order of Phoenix for the first time. I would have that in the title. But if I do that, it is going to affect the channel and the video, so I can't do it. So, well done, YouTube. I can't make a joke. Maybe I could edit the thumbnail. I mean, I do that. You're watching this video, so you've already seen that I've done it. God, idiots. Yeah, I feel like the thumbnail would be less of a sin. Okay, that I will think on that whilst we finish off this video where we've barely even started it. But yeah, it's just sad nowadays, guys, isn't it? And it just... Oh, I don't want to... The thing is, guys, this sounds like it's me just ranting about how great I am and how everyone else isn't. But it rewards people for not putting effort in. Or not having a passion about it, you know? And so people who make a YouTube channel to make money, solely to make money, guys, obviously... I turn down any money or anything, guys, that I get from ad revenue and everything. But But it does reward people that are in it just for the money, because they know I just have to copy that, and I will get money. And that's the way that a lot of YouTube's going now, you know, guys. Because I'm one of these people that when I'm feeling sentimental, then I like to watch the odd video of fans meeting their celebrity or sportsman idol by surprise, you know, like surprise meet where the celebrity comes out and goes, oh, and all that sort of thing. I do enjoy those guys. But if you look those up now, all the thumbnails are clearly like fake thumbnails and everything. And I mean, who cares? Of moments that aren't in the video is what I'm saying, you know. Anyway, I need to sort this rant. Well, I'm depressing, aren't I? Jeez. Trying to keep these things light-hearted, and then I just go on a bloomin' moan. Anyway, sorry about that rant, guys, but yeah, I would like to make the Perkins joke in the title, but unfortunately, it would affect the bloomin' video. Anyway. Sorry about the rant, guys, let's move on. So, so Harry wants to take Hedwig to Hagrid. Obviously, that's not an option, and so he does kind of not really reluctantly, but you know, he accepts that he needs to take it to Plank, and so he does. He goes to the staff room. I'm not sure if we've been to the staff room before. We have in Hogwarts Legacy, but I'm not sure if we have it in the books. We probably have. We must have done. There's two gargoyles outside the front of it, or not gargoyles because there's no water running through them, as we've discussed many times before. And one of them says, you should be in class, Sonny Jim. Now, the term Sonny Jim was old-fashioned when I was a kid. You know, it was said sarcastically, you know. So it's amazing that it's here. But, yeah, it makes sense for the time. And Harry, like, says to it, it's urgent. And the other one goes, oh, urgent, is it? Well, that puts us in our place, hasn't it? Which is incredibly camp, the way it's written. And I've got to say, Stephen Fry does sound like he's kind of doing a Kenneth Williams impression. Kenneth Williams, who obviously is in Carry On Teacher and many other... In fact, I think Kenneth Williams is the actor who's in the most Carry Ons. It would make sense with Sir James that joined late and obviously passed away before the end. But yes, it Stephen Fry does sound like he's doing a bit of a Kenneth Williams impression, like, oh, urgent, is it? Anyway. The door opens and McGonagall is there. It's like, oh, it's like the first person to answer the door, in the best way. And assumes that it's for detention. And one of the gargoyles says it's urgent, apparently. And you know, Harry says that he wants to speak with Plank, and Plank comes over smoking a pipe, which is amazing. Smoking in school, guys. I'm pretty sure. Thing is, guys, when I was a kid, lots of things were allowed to be done by teachers. But I'm pretty certain that you weren't allowed to smoke on the grounds, even in the staff room. Surely. Yeah. I think you had to go out out the back of the school to do it if you had to smoke and everything, guys. But for the teachers, obviously. But yeah, not smoking in the school. But then again, Hogwarts is a bit different because it is actually where they live, isn't it? But still, you'd want them not to be blooming smoking. We could get into it if smoking is less dangerous in the Wizarding World, but let's not, guys. Let's not. You know my history with that, so let's move on. But maybe that's why. Oh wow! First mention of Fish-Straws is my note down here. So Plank is trying to work out what it could have been that attacked Hedwig, and says, well, Fish-Straws sometimes attack birds, but Hagrid has the Hogwarts one under good control. And I love this line so much, guys, because Harry says Harry neither knew or cared what Fish-Straws were. That's such a satisfying moment for a movie watcher. Like, I know more than Harry knows. You know, that was a very satisfying moment. So Plank goes to take Hedwig, and it's McGonagall that points out to Harry that the letter still is attached to the leg. which surprised me at the point. Because I was thinking, well, surely Harry would have, his first thing would have been take the letter off. But you know what, guys? It makes this scene so freaking sweet, because Harry, as soon as he noticed that Hedwig was injured, forgot about the note. And I love that. I love that about Harry, guys. You know, me and him have had our history and everything. I absolutely love that about him. I really, really do. And he feels guilty about leaving Hedwig with Plank. It's very sweet and very. It's something which, upon watching the movies, guys, I did expect there to be more Harry and Hedwig stuff. Even just scenes, but more interactions. Whenever there are interactions, it's usually Harry being a little bit frustrated with Hedwig. But I was expecting there to be actual bonding scenes and all that sort of thing. And there just aren't. You could argue there are some bits where Harry's walking around with Hedwig, and you could say that those are kind of bonding. But even when I was watching the movies, I was expecting Hedwig to be more significant, you know? And I'll be 100% honest, guys. Upon doing these book reviews, I'm thinking the same thing. I'm thinking, even in the books, guys, I'm thinking I was kind of expecting more Hedwig. You know, as in nice, we get the nice little descriptive bit, but like actual it's hard to describe, guys, what I'm actually saying. Because obviously you can't have a scene where Harry just plays with Hedwig for an hour, and that to be in the book. But this little moment here is what I feel like the movies were missing. And to be honest, up to this point, the books have been kind of missing as well. That's just my bit take, guys. Now, that's just based on what I was expecting Hedwig to be when it came to the movies and the books and everything else. Because obviously, Hedwig is very often on the poster or on the logo. Or, you know, it's a very... the White Owl of Harry Potter is one of the most recognisable things about Harry Potter. And so I always assumed that Hedwig would be more active, or I'll be honest, I think I maybe even assumed that she spoke. But, you know, Wizarding World, you know. But yeah, I really appreciate this moment for Harry and for Hedwig. So the letter is obviously from Black, saying today, same time, same place. Hermione says it isn't difficult to fix a seal after opening it, and so she thinks that it must have been intercepted and read. And I've got on here, that surprises me, guys, because these aren't just normal seals, right? I've always assumed that they're magic seals, because if they're not magic seals, why are they still using seals? And if it's that easy to just fix a seal with magic, that really makes the seal really redundant. The whole point of a seal, guys, is that you can tell that the letter hasn't been opened because the seal is there, because it's waxed. If you slap it, you can't just like melt it back together because it has to have the logo in it. So that's the point of a seal, hence seal. But if you can fix it in the Wizarding World very easily, what's the point? So yeah, that I've always assumed that the seals on the letter have some sort of magical aspect to them, but clearly, according to Hermione anyway, that's not the case. Yes, why is the seal there? That's the entire point, right? Is my next note. So Draco is loudly bringing up the fact that Slytherin are okay to continue with the Quidditch practice. Loudly mentions to other Slytherins so Harry and Ron and Hermione can hear. That the Ministry of Magic are looking for reasons to sack Arthur and send Harry off to St. Mungo's, and says how there's a ward for minds addled by magic. And suddenly Neville charges at him. And what I really like about this, guys, is that it's absolutely given us ample time to not immediately work out what's going on here. And as soon as I did, it hurt, guys. I did. I'm getting emotional, guys. Genuinely, I'm getting emotional. But I was like, oh, wow, Neville's sticking up for Harry. That's cool. We do get the impression that their relationship's improving a bit. I'd like it to be better, but obviously, you know, this is meant to be real life and everything in the Wizarding World. But it's like, oh, good for you, Neville. But then suddenly it hit me why he's doing it. And it really freaking... Yeah, that didn't burst into tears, guys. But it hit me like a ton of bricks. And I felt instantly cold and sad for him. It was so bad, guys. Harry and Ron grab him. At this point, I then realise, oh, addled my magic. I realise what's happening. And I got down here, why isn't this in the film? Why isn't this moment in the film, guys? I think at some point soon. I get confused, guys, because I know there is a scene. I basically stopped it at that point. In fact, I should have watched on a little bit more, because obviously the... Oh, no, that's already happened, the Snape bit. At the end of where I've just watched up to, we get the moment where Cho and Harry are going to be discussing Cedric in front of a mirror with a picture of Cedric on it. Not laughing at the movie, guys. What am I talking about? Yeah, now in my head, there is another scene which is exactly the same, but with Neville. Does that happen? In my head, it's exactly the same scene, but it's Neville explaining what happened to his parents. Which is the first time we have any reason to assume that Neville would have an issue. No, that's not true. Prisoner of Azkaban, of course. Prisoner of Azkaban? No, Goblet of Fire. Goblet of Fire with the Impurus. Avada Kedavra. And it starts with C, doesn't it? It starts with C. Is that going to pop up if I do this? Why can't... Crucio! There we go. I didn't have to look it up. That's good. With the Crucio curse. And we get that little bit where he's like looking out the window and then the window looks like him. Which I actually really like. I don't know why. It's such a strange bit, but I like it. But that's really it when it comes to... Because we had Black explaining what happened to Neville's parents, I'm pretty sure, in the book, in the movie as well, when showing Harry the picture. I think. Because the father looks like... what the heck's his name? Comedian. Kevin Eldon. But it isn't him. But that's really it. And so I feel like this could have been such a great moment. And I think that... And then have the bit where Neville explains to Harry, because I presume that's going to happen in the book, guys. I have no idea, but I presume it's going to happen at some point. Exactly what happened to them. But have it teased with this little bit with Neville. Because we get more Neville than we should in this film, guys, because of him replacing Dobby again, bizarrely. But anyway, yes. We'll get to the room requirement, guys, because there are several things about it that really surprised me upon reading the book. But yeah, I love this film. So it's 10 points from Gryffindor because of the ruckus from via Snape, and Neville storms to his seat. Ron asks what that was all about. Harry doesn't answer. Good for you, Harry. Good for you. And Umbridge is in the potions list class here, guys, which made me very happy. I got the feeling that we weren't actually going to get this, but we have the line. We have the line. It was hard for him to know which one he wanted to triumph over the other between Snape and Umbridge, which is great. That's actually true. Because with Trelawney, Harry did instantly start to feel quite bad for Trelawney, but with Snape, that's not going to happen, is it? I got down here though. I'm very interested. I feel like this is Harry maturing a bit. Because obviously he thought that Snape was the big bad in a Philosopher's Stone, and has been suspicious of him many times since, obviously, and Hermione and Ron. But at no point does he think she's gonna give him a free pass. At no point does he think that, guys. And so I appreciate that. I really do. You know, be it the Slytherin connection, or if Harry genuinely doesn't trust Snape for even more potent reasons. At no point does he think, she's going to go easy on him. He doesn't think that at all, guys, which I appreciate. Don't think that would have been the case a couple of years before. I really don't. Umbridge questions teaching a strengthening potion, and says that the Ministry wouldn't like that. We hear that Snape has been at Hogwarts for 14 years, which is kind of... It blows my mind, guys, and it must be the Rickman effect. It must be the Rickman effect. And quite frankly, the Trelawney effect as well, guys. Neither of them was actually that young when they were in the movies. Oh, then again, Trelawney, we don't actually know how old she is. Because it doesn't mean that you like come out of school and just instantly start teaching. She could have done other things for her career as well. But I think it is the Alan Rickman effect, guys. For some reason, I've always assumed that Snape has been basically... What's the term? Died in the world, is that the right term? As in, he's been there for ages. Yeah, he's part of the system and everything, and like you go to Hogwarts, you see Snape, and that ain't the case. He hadn't been there for all that long, and this was kind of like a revelation to me, because obviously it would have been it would have been like 9 years before Harry came to Hogwarts. In my head, guys, Snape's been there for decades, and that's purely on me, guys, and probably the fact that Alan Rickman played him in the movies. But yeah, it's so stupid that I've always assumed this, because it makes no sense. And I know that he went to school with Jamie? That's that Game of Thrones reactions again. James and Lily. Should I know that at this point? Yes, of course. Yes, of course. Come on, Veggie. Prince of Azkaban. Jeez. Anyway. Wonderful source. So, we have the obviously line, which I was so pleased. I didn't expect it to be in the book, guys. I thought that was a movie exclusive, and there are some great movie exclusives, guys. We've gone over them in the past. There are some brilliant movie exclusives. I think that people really enjoyed the Umbridge scene last time, where she's like going around, like, tucking in boys' shirts and everything like that, and separating couples and everything like this sort of thing. Certainly a more light-hearted approach to the character, but I didn't mind that though. We find out that Snape actually regularly applies for the job, which is actually... saying that in front of the other students is not good, guys. That's really not good. Of Umbridge, I should say. Umbridge asks... Because that's fuel. That's ammo for the students, Umbridge asks so Umbridge asks him if there's any reason why he thinks that he could have been turned down so many times, and Snape says that you'd have to ask Dumbledore about that, which is obviously completely fair. And she says, "Oh, I will," and he replies to him saying, "I presume this is relevant to Umbridge." I like the professors having to go. Umbridge not having to go, but like questioning her. Questioning her. I can't remember. I'm trying to quote Apocalypse Now. Methods. Questioning her methods. There we go. I'm talking about animal violence, cruelty, guys. Maybe it's just the extended edition, but I've only seen Apocalypse Now once. I wouldn't want to watch it again. Brilliantly acted, very good movie, but my god, the animal violence in it is horrible. Is it not? It's not an abuse. It's violence, guys. Abuse would be the wrong term. I know things happen. I know these things happen, guys. Doesn't mean that I have to enjoy watching it. So that's what I'm saying. I'm not saying tribes it's not set in Africa, is it? It's the Heart of Darkness is set in Africa, isn't it? But Apocalypse Now, which is based on Heart of Darkness, is set in Vietnam. I know there are going to be tribes of people doing this sort of thing, guys. Doesn't mean that I, one, had to see it, and two, enjoy watching it. Because I don't enjoy watching it. There we go. Moving on. Anyway. Have these people not heard of vegan sausages? That was a joke. That was a joke. That was a joke. You sit right there. Don't go tell anyone that I said that. That was a joke, okay? Anyway. Anyway, that was a joke, okay? All I'm saying is that I don't want to have to see it. There we go. It's a very good movie. But there's a really funny bit where it's during an incredibly important, serious scene where let's just say captain. He's not a captain, he's higher than that. But the captain is like asking, who presumably has gone insane, is asking one of his soldiers, saying, do you think that my methods are unsound or something like that? And the dude, the main character, like says, I don't see any methods. It's a really good line. Anyway, let's move on from Apocalypse Now. God, I bet it. I wonder why these videos are long, guys. My goodness. Anyway, yeah, I feel like the scenes that I'm talking about may have not actually been in the original edit, guys. But the one time that I saw the Apocalypse Now, it was the extended edition, and I won't watch it again. I won't watch it again. I watched it once. That'll do for me. The ministry wants a thorough understanding of teachers' background. Teachers' backgrounds. A little pause by Umbridge there, when replied to Snape about the relevance of the questions. Which, obviously, knowing what we know could mean even more, but we shall see. Umbridge goes back to looking at the other students. Snape immediately looks at Harry, very much like Trelawney immediately starts having to go at the students during her assessment. Harry gets no marks again, and to be honest, it sounds like, and he's given an essay to do about what went wrong. I don't think anyone could question this time, guys, because Harry literally was not paying attention. He was meant to put, what was it, lotus blood in, and he accidentally put pomegranate juice, was it? And Hermione's like saying, "What are you doing, Harry?" You know, so you can't have a go at Snape here, guys. you can't. In fact, even when he gave the extra homework to Harry, he said something like, "Is that understood?" or something like that, and Harry said yes. Felt very different, guys, for Snape and Harry. Just that little moment. Obviously, there was no, "You're an idiot, Potter. What are you doing? You're an idiot. Everyone hates you." And everyone, I'm glad your parent. I'm not gonna say that sentence. My goodness. Sorry, Bookie. You're right. You're a good old stretch, are you? Yeah. Yeah. So yeah, basically, there's no humiliation. That's what it is. There's no humiliation of Harry. Now that is most probably because Harry is there. It's probably because Umbridge is there. But it's so interesting, this little moment where he likes to say, no marks again, Potter. I'm going to give you an essay to do about what went wrong. Do you understand? And Harry says yes. I would like to think that there is more going on there than there actually is. Because quite frankly, what's actually going on there is that Snape is just watching the way he's talking to the students. Because Umbridge is there. But I like to feel like there is a little bit of these two who've been kind of at each other's throats all these years. Obviously more Snape than Harry. Publicly. Are kind of growing as their relationship is growing. I hope that is what's gone on in that bit, guys, but I'm reading way too much into it, But if that was the intention, I really like that. But it probably wasn't. It was probably just because Umbridge is there. Go on, let's get through these notes. We're nearly done, in fact. We're chapter 17. Oh yeah. I got down here that the timing sounds like it's revenge for... Not even revenge, but taking out his anger on Harry. I don't think it is. And I feel like it's fair. Harry is... Snape's class is dangerous, guys. I know other classes are dangerous, like charms are dangerous for the creatures. Divination is very dangerous for the creatures. Careful magical creatures when Hagrid is around is very, very dangerous. That's a fair comment, guys. I ain't taking it back either. But is potions the most dangerous? I think you can absolutely argue that it is. More than flying practice, guys. Which obviously was only a first year class, wasn't it? I'm pretty certain, right? You can't be doing an owl in flying. That'd be insane. AOL. OWL. AOL. Idiot. Harry, I think, jokingly considers skiving divinations, and Hermione says that that would be a really bad idea and everything, and Ron's like, well, what about you? You walked out of her lessons. Pardon me. And Hermione says that she doesn't hate Trelawney, she just thinks that she's an absolute appalling teacher and a real old fraud. It's a very weird way of putting it, but yeah, I don't hate her. I just think she's brilliant. It's like saying, I'm not racist, but it's the best way of starting any sentence ever, guys. Saying, by the way, I'm not racist, but alarm bells when you hear that sentence is what I'm saying, guys. Anyway, divinations. Trelawney is in a foul mode. She's actually throwing the books out, which is very bad. Even, you can't be doing that, guys. You cannot be doing that. I understand that she's very, very upset, but that is a part of being a teacher, not throwing stuff at your pupils. I'm not going to talk about the art teacher, which I barely missed again because I mentioned him way too much. Mr. Mills was his name. I believe that he may have been a I don't know what you'd call him, but like what would you call it? An assistant, or like, someone under the wing of Picasso. I feel like that may have been it, and so that might have been why he was he was not happy about it being a teacher. Maybe, I don't know. Anyway, let's move on. I'm not even sure if that mathematically makes sense, guys, but who cares? So Trelawney says, you know what to do, or am I such a substandard teacher that you haven't learnt how to open a book whilst in tears? I do feel very bad for her, guys, but this is not a good look. This is not. Says that she's been accused of being a fraud. Says that the establishment has insulted her. I love that she uses the word establishment. I really do. Oh God. Says how seers are always persecuted. Absolutely true, guys. I've got down here Cassandra. She wasn't really persecuted, but no one would ever believe her. Cassandra, we talked about last time in the Trojan horse story. But also instantly remembered Bruno. We don't talk about Bruno, no. And if you don't know what I'm talking about, guys, go and check out Encanto. It is Encanto, isn't it? Not Enchanto. I always get it wrong. Encanto. Oh, it's really good, guys. It's a really good one. The songs in it are excellent. The dancing in it is wonderful. The colours are incredible. But it's really lovely story. Really lovely. Disney's Encanto, I should say, guys. Really good. I highly recommend it. And once you've checked it out, you can check out my reaction to it as well. In the thumbnail where I'm going. Anyway. Really good movie, though. And it gets you in the feels. There is a really excellent message about generational trauma in it, guys. That's all I'm going to say. It's all like I was surprised by how good and important the message it was. Anyway. But yes, Bruno is a psychic. He's a fortune teller, isn't he? Yeah. Anyway. Ron starts sniggering at Trelawney blowing her nose. Sigh. Yeah. I'd like to hear what Harry's opinion of it, because we really don't, guys. We just hear what happens in the scene here. But yeah, Ron's laughing. We've had him laughing at inappropriate things before, haven't we? So it's definitely on brand. And also, he does not like Trelawney. But me personally, I'm feeling really sorry for her. But then again, I haven't had to endure her classes before, so it's not really a fair comparison. Balls. There was a tiny little fly that I was going to try and scoop up in here. but it's gone away now, so I'll keep an eye out for that. But let's get through these notes. So it turns out that she's been put on probation. It's now Defense Against the Dark Arts, and they're to read the case for or of non-offensive responses to magical attacks. Non-offensive responses to magical attacks. So I presume that's like potato. But then that can be offensive because it can obviously repel things. In Hogwarts Legacy, at least. So yes, there is no practice for Gryffindor, which absolutely blew my mind, guys. It really did. But the games will still be continued. No, the games won't be continuing, will they? Yeah, So it's that is the case, isn't it? That it would be basically Gryffindor just will not be taking part in Quidditch this year, rather than it just being the practices. I assumed it was just the practice at this point, but no, that wasn't the case. Definitely feels vindictive. I think I mentioned it before, guys, but I never got the impression that Umbridge's actions in the film, and this is most definitely on me for not picking up on them, but Umbridge's actions in the film were actually being vindictive against Harry. I genuinely didn't, and that's most probably on me, guys. But this is very clear it is an attack on Harry. Which is quite a draconian one, considering it's a quarter of the school. Hermione says, "Look on the bright side. There's more time for you to do homework." And Harry says, "That's the bright side. No Quidditch practice and extra potions homework." Just a fair point. It's a fair point. You get what Hermione means. You know, Hermione's thought process is very, very different, but that is a great comeback by Harry. I really appreciate that. Got to keep these notes to just around an hour, guys. That's not bad. And I believe my notes for the second chapter are actually shorter. Not significantly, though. We still have lots to discuss. Fred and George are showing off their instant vomiting and cure suites. Harry tells Hermione to tell them to stop, because it's obviously distracting him, and also her tutting is distracting me even more. And Hermione says, well, they are actually within their rights because they're only taking themselves and everything, which I respect, guys. She's playing it to the letter, which you'd expect from Hermione. She's obviously frustrated by it, but she's not going beyond her powers, which you got to respect. Well, you don't have to. you respect whatever you want. They're taking pre-orders, which seems a bit early. And Lee is counting the money afterwards, guys. I don't know what Lee's role is in this. Is he just one of the partners? I have no idea. But yeah, I'd like to know exactly what Lee's actual role is. So it gets past midnight, and Sirius Black appears in the fire. Harry says Umbridge has a decree stopping the Quidditch teams. So at this point, it's clear that yes, it is actually stopping them from taking part in the games as well. I believe that's the case, guys. If I got that wrong, I'm sorry, but I'm pretty sure that's what it suggested. But I am a little bit confused by that. And so Sirius says, "Oh, really? Is that the case for things like secret Defense Against Dark Arts groups?" And you think, if this news has hit London, that's really bad. That's really bad how unstealthy these people were. So my mind immediately goes to Aberforth, who I bloomin' finally worked out would have been involved during the last video. But now it turns out it's bloomin' Mundungus, guys. Give me like a list. Tell me to list out people who I thought could have likely have been. Mundungus would have been right near the bottom of that list. Seriously. I got down here how and why, but it turns out he is there to spy on them. Which, quite frankly, Mundungus is doing a really good job. It seems like Mundungus's character is more that he's just corrupt rather than a klutz, isn't it? But he did a very good job there. He really did. But Sirius is clearly looking at Harry with pride about the fact that he's, like, you know, going against the grain and everything here. It would have been good to have the witch in the film just as, and not to explain it. In the same way that I thought it'd be really cool if at one point you have Hermione with like a spew collection tin just in the background whilst Ron and Harry are talking in the previous book, in previous movie, and it to never get explained. Would have been a really nice reference to the books. And so so in the movie, if there was a witch at the bar, or in... It was at the bar, wasn't it? Yes. When they walk in to the Hogshead, it would have been a really nice thing, a very satisfying thing for book readers to be like, we know who that is. We know who that is. That would have been good. That would have been good. Anyway. Just, and for it to never get explained, I feel like that would have been a really nice touch. Molly has instructed Ron to not take part in any groups, because he doesn't want his they don't want his education to get messed up. I got down here. Would there be summer classes in the Wizarding World? Obviously not for Muggle families and everything, but in the Wizarding World families. Well, no, because they're not allowed to do magic outside Hogwarts. Yeah, there you go. There you go. So it would still be not practical, wouldn't it? Molly apparently is on duty this night, and Black doesn't give any more information regarding that. Black thinks that the group is an excellent idea. Naturally, of course, he does. Harry brings up how Black told him not to take any risks last year. But things are now different, where Harry was the target last time, whereas now everyone's the target, and so yeah, that's the difference there. Black asks where they plan on meeting, and at this point I was thinking, oh, does Sirius Black know about the room requirement? I don't know if the room requirement shows up on the Marauders map. I'm pretty sure it certainly doesn't, does it? Well, I'll have to check in. Do we have, of course we don't have the Marauders map in Hogwarts Legacy. I'm an idiot. Yeah, that would make no sense. I'm not sure if it does. Things to be very. Black actually suggests the Shrieking Shack, and Hermione... Because earlier on in this conversation, I can't remember why, but Black says, I thought you'd be more intelligent than that, Hermione, or something like that. Basically, like, putting a bit of a boot in. I can't remember what, but then Hermione here, says, well, it would be a large group of people, and who are none of which are under Maggie. We wouldn't just need an invisibility cloak, we need an invisibility marquee, which is a fantastic line by Hermione right there. And so puts Black back in his place there. I can't remember what it is, but Hermione says something which wasn't that bright, and Black, basically puts the boot in a little bit. But she got her own back there, though. So this is the bit, guys. I said it. I said it at the top of the video, guys. This video will contain one of the freakiest parts from these books for me. Suddenly Black just, pauses, looks to the side, then disappears, and then a few seconds later, a hand is grabbing in the fire, guys. Freaked me out when we got to that part of the audio, but guys, it gave me blooming chills. Genuinely actually scary. Genuinely actually scary description. I think this is definitely one of the scariest moments. Sure, being chased by spiders and Voldemort being there and everything, and and Cedric dying and all this sort of stuff. Those are all very, very big things. I'm talking about the visuals here of the hand suddenly appearing where Black's face was. That's one of the scariest descriptions in the book so far for me, guys. And again, you can compare it to them being chased by spiders, guys. Very, very scary scene. Harry walking to the Chamber of Secrets. I'd say Harry walking to the Chamber of Secrets is similar to this scene with the hand, whereas the description of something that isn't life-threatening. Well, the Chamber is obviously life-threatening, but the confusion and the horror of this hand appearing where Black's face just was really got me. I thought it was excellent, guys. It freaked me out. That bit really did. That's my notes. That's my notes for this chapter, guys. Let's move over to chapter 18. Did I remember to do all my little notes at the start of the video? I did Hobbits thing, Hobbit annual memberships. I'm gonna have to be mentioning annual memberships a bit, guys. Just to let everyone know that it's out there. Yeah, I think I did everything. Yes, let's get into chapter 18, Dumbledore's Army. So I managed to get rid of that little fly. Make sure that your flies are done up, Veggie, before you start recording standing up. You ain't monkey, no tails, man. You can't quite see it. Hello, Rudy. Oh, what a comfortable noodle. Hey, are you okay? Do you want me to cover you over again, or are you a little bit warm? Hey, Booble? Nooble Booble? Enough waffle, eh, Woozle? She's been having some medicine to help her teeth out. Because when I first got her, her teeth were very bad, as were her ears, as were her, well, one of her ears, as you obviously probably noticed in the past, has like a bit missing. And that was fresh when I got her, guys. So I had to like keep on spraying it with this thing, which she hated. But it sealed it up really quickly. It only took like a few weeks before it stopped bleeding. It was bleeding constantly though. It was bad. But yeah, her teeth were very, very bad when I got her. Unfortunately, they have gotten a bit worse now. But it's fine. It's not like serious or anything. Serious. She probably had to have her teeth scraped at some point. But I've got this powder stuff that I put into her meals of like good bacteria, which counterbalance the bad bacteria that she has in her mouth. And I've also started to brush her teeth as well, which she doesn't enjoy, but she puts up with it though, which I appreciate from her. Are you alright, monkey? You got nice. Well, it's not nice. I was going to say nice minty breath now. I've got to say, the smell of the mint is actually quite horrible. It's a really weird medical mint, is the way that I describe it. It's all natural ingredients, though, apparently. Hey, Bozzles? Are you okay? You're going to have a nice sleep? I'm glad you're all stretched out. It means you're nice and warm. I'll leave you like that. I won't cover you up anymore. Right. Hi, guys. We're reading the Harry... Well, you're watching me. Muggins here. Talking about Harry Potter today. Should we continue? 2 minutes into the next chapter already. It's a good news, bad news day for Harry, and as Hermione tells him that she firmly believes that Umbridge is reading his mail, but on a positive side, they have been granted permission to practice Quidditch again. After their very wet practice, Harry tells Ron that his scar is hurting and he thinks Voldemort is angry or something. This bit took me so by surprise, guys. It really did. This is so good. This isn't the great twist that I was talking about at the start, guys. That is in this chapter. I'm not sure if it's going to be mentioned here. I actually haven't read it this time, the summary yet, so we shall see. Harry has a dream that night about a dark corridor with a door at the end of it, but is suddenly awoken by Dobby. He has Hedwig with Harry and gives an update on Winky. Okay, so the thing which it looks like it isn't mentioned in this summary, which I appreciate. These summaries are meant to be kept short, but yes, this is the part which I couldn't believe. I love it so much. He also tells Harry that none of the other elves will clean during due to the clothes. Harry asks if there is any. Is an area where they can practice magic with a large amount of people. We are introduced to the room requirement. What's the other thing that it's something like here and gone or something. What is the other name for it? We'll get to it, guys. It's in my notes, but I love the fact it's got an alternative name. It's perfect for the group in their first meeting. There is they elect Harry as the leader and decide to name themselves Dumbledore's Army. We have some other alternatives which are amazing. As the meeting ends, Harry and Cho have a very deep talk. Harry leaves a little happier. There we go. Thank you so much, Max, for the wonderful summaries, and thank you so much, Jonas, for... Oh, that's not the right one. There we go. for the wonderful side panels. That looks straight out of the movie, in fact. But not this movie. It looks like the scene out of Azkaban. Just minus the paintings and Snape and the lovely Lupin. But wow! Ignore me. Okay. My notes, guys, my notes. So like I say, they are shorter, but I feel like there's a lot of long descriptive parts, like the Quidditch description and all that sort of thing, you know, which tend to... There's no point in me doing it play by play, you know, so that's why they're a bit shorter, but we still got a lot to discuss. Hermione's certain that Umbridge is reading Harry's mail. I'll be honest, guys, the seal thing is still bothering me, but the fact that the seals are that easy to... What is the point of them if they're that easy to undo? But to redo, I should say. But yeah, I mean, it certainly seems that someone's onto them. Charms class. Hermione says that ever since that Harry said about the dung balls thing, that she thinks that Umbridge has been at least trying to scan his mail. She believes that Filch's not in on it. So he's just been instructed to go, and he's been told about the dung balls thing, and he thinks it's legit. Which is so interesting, guys, because obviously, by this point in the movie, Filch is clearly working for Umbridge, which is not, at least from Hermione's standpoint, what's actually happening here. Umbridge could have worked out... yeah, I'm not sure if this is true. But they basically said, you know what would happen if Umbridge had grabbed Black, and that he'd probably be back in Azkaban now. So it seems like it would have alerted Black's location, I presume, rather than Umbridge just dragging Sirius through the fire or something. I mean, what an image that would be. But yeah, I presume that's what's happening. I've got to say, guys, that hand freaked me out. It really did, guys. Imagine that in the movie. Oh my god, the jump scare you would have had of people. Especially as Sirius just like goes silent, looks to the side, disappears, and then it's there. It gave me freaking chills, guys. I don't know how else to describe it. That's why I keep on saying it gave me chills. New watch. This would be the first book review since I got this watch, guys. I'm not a watch person, but I decided to treat myself because I saw it in the shop and I thought, you know what? If I'm going to have a proper watch, I would like it to be this one. And it's more than I would normally spend on a watch. Quite frankly, I wouldn't spend much on a watch anyway. You see it's got the open heart there with the ticking going on. It hasn't got any of the like mini clocks because I don't like those, guys, or the date. Just giving away what time I'm recording this video. That's right, guys. It's half past. No, oh, no, it's not half past. It's 1 o'clock. 1 o'clock in the morning. It's not. Yeah, I thought I'd get it, guys. It's more than I would normally spend on a watch, guys. But then again, it's not like thousands or anything, guys. I'm not that made of money. I'm not made of money at all. You're right, monkey. Poor little snoozy. Poor little snoozy woozy. It's going to be raining today as well. And I do have to go and do some shopping as well at some point. Without you. Then again, she'd rather be here than sat in the car anyway. It'll be alright though. It won't be too long. It'll be okay. Right, moving on. Sorry about the wobble about my watch. I thought I'd mention it. So yeah, they are in charms. They seem to be trying to. So they're using silencio, which I believe is to mute things. Correct me if I'm wrong. Ron is failing to do it on a raven, whereas Hermione's doing it on the frog, and Ron says it's harder to do it on a raven, which is interesting. I don't know if that's actually true. But because we've recently learned that in Transfiguration, it's more difficult to do. On a more complicated creature, but then again that would make sense, whereas this is just muting. You'd think that it would be roughly the same, but Hermione's able to do immediately on the Raven, and she gets don't think she gets any points, but she gets jeered up by Flitwick. Angelina, again, I got on here, she's in this a lot. She's like in every chapter, which I appreciate. It's great. Quidditch is back on. Apparently McGonagall, she believes that McGonagall may have appealed to Dumbledore. and says that Umbridge would have had to have given up. It's very interesting, guys, because the power levels regarding this, it still seems like Dumbledore does have the final say, if indeed Angelina's theory here is true. Because, like I say, she presumes that McGonagall appealed. Hermione's staring out the window. And after a while, it says, "Do you think we're doing the right thing regarding?" Oh no, yeah. So she just, "Do you think that we're doing the right? We're doing the right thing, right?" And then Ron replies, "Well, that clears it all up," because she explains what she's talking about. I freaking love Ron, guys. And the thing is, I don't want to rank on the movies, guys, but one of the saddest things is like watching. We'll get to it, guys, but in this chapter, after practice, Ron and Hermione are having this very cute, very sweet argument about who's better at doing Expelliarmus. Whereas in the movie, it's basically like it's all this whole boy versus girl thing. And it feels like we're going back to blooming Goblet of Fire. I like the scene. But Ron is just so different in the movies. And obviously, when he gets hit by the stupefy, is it? He like goes, "Ah!" Typical movie Ron. Not a criticism of the actor, guys. He was born to play Ron. He really was. I'm ready to see how this new Ron works out. But yeah. Not the actor's fault at all, guys. Grint is fantastic as Ron, but there's so many odd choices, you know. Anyway, whereas the book scene is so sweet with them bickering about who's done better and everything. About Defense Against Dark Arts. Oh, that's right. So what Hermione was referring to is about doing the Defense Against Dark Arts and saying, is it a good idea that we're actually doing it? And Harry like says, well, what Sirius thinks is a good idea, and she's like, so, well, do you trust his judgment? It's like, I don't see any judgment. Go back to the Apocalypse Now reference. And Harry absolutely trusts his judgment, and says that he's always given it excellent advice. I'd like to go back and see if that's actually true. But yeah. You know what? I was recently thinking about the end of Prisoner of Azkaban, guys, and how much I love the fact that Harry's just shouting, "Get out of here," to Sirius. And how... God knows why they had that sentimental scene at the end of it. I loved it, guys. I thought it was such a sweet scene. But it's so much more realistic and puts over your hero in Harry. Whereas he basically... You know what? When Hermione and Harry breaks and Gold Buttbeak break Sirius Black out of Flitwick's office, the way that it puts over Black in that scene, almost as if he should have just said, "Well, that's my work done here," because they've just broken him out. It's so odd, and so I much prefer the book version where Harry's just shouting, "Go, get out of here." It reminds me of a bit of The Long Walk, which I recently watched on the channel, guys. And, I mean, the whole movie breaks my heart, but that bit breaks my freaking heart. Go! Brilliant movie, guys. We checked out on the Patreon if you want to check out the full-length reaction. If not, there is a YouTube edit. I highly recommend it. I thought it was fantastic. The acting in it is so good. But I really enjoyed The Long Walk. I will say though, guys, make sure you're in the right mood, and also it has some violence, but make sure you're in the right mood, because it's not a cakewalk. It's a very dark movie, but I thought it was brilliantly done. Anyway, always giving excellent advice. Hermione says, "You don't think he has become reckless whilst being cooped up in Grimmauld Place?" She says the location out loud, and even I was like, "Shut up." You know, it feels like a mistake. If we're going to call him Fluffy, which they are calling him Fluffy, to be fair, but if we're going to call him Fluffy, also don't say Grimmauld Place. Say Himold Nace. Makes no sense, but it's better than saying Grimmauld Place, you know. I thought that was a risk for Abyss, quite frankly. Especially after last last book with Rita Skeeter and everything. You need to be careful what you're saying. She thinks that Black might be trying to live through us, live through them. Which I think is a fair point. I mean, I think that she's actually on the money. You know, this is a guy who has missed out on a lot of life recently. Quidditch practice, very heavy rain. Fred, George, and Ron all try to Skype off. They're discussing what sweets that they could use to get out of it and everything. They got their new product, but which gives you boils, but they don't know how to remove them yet. And when they said that, and Ron was like saying, "Well, you haven't got boils on your face." I was thinking, oh god, they've been giving it to other students again, but no, they have been using them, and guys, but apparently the boils are on their bum, which is amazing. The sweets are in the movie, but it's Filch who gets them, and they are on the face. It's a freaking disgusting scene, and you get the gif of Trelawney snapping her pencil or whatever it is. I've been trying to remember when that scene's from, guys. It's nice to finally get that, because I like to tweet out a gif from around this part of the book each time that I finish it on Twitter. And yeah, that one I couldn't remember where it was from. I'm not sure if I used that one. If not, then I got to use that one today. I think I have used it. We'll see. I think I've used it. I could be wrong. They all use improv on themselves to try and help with the rain, but it doesn't work though, guys. After now, they basically essentially give up on it. One of the twins' boils have burst, the other ones haven't. That's disgusting, because they basically say it makes it difficult to sit on your broom. And the scar is painful out of nowhere, like kind of wild. Like Harry's scar is like red raw and everything. And he tells Ron, which I appreciate, and he's not keeping it secret at this point. And suddenly he says that Voldemort is angry. And he doesn't mean to say it, he just comes out with it, which is absolutely fascinating. He wants something done, and it isn't happening fast enough. Yeah, this part was absolutely fascinating. It very well might get covered in the books, guys, but this was like a surprise to me in the movie. I'm sorry, but this was a surprise to me. I did not expect this line about the fact that Harry is able to pick up on what's going on with Voldemort like this, and do it retrospectively as well. Works out that he was very pleased when Umbridge when during the detention with Umbridge. The time where he got the pain in Grimmauld Place, or Himmel Place, was when Voldemort was furious. It's so cool that he's suddenly realising what he was actually feeling those previous times. And Ron says, "You can take her through for Trelawney, mate," which is amazing. But this is very useful information, and I did think that Dumbledore needs to know. So Ron says, "Harry, you need to tell someone." And I think, oh no, Harry says that he can't tell Sirius now because of what's going on with Umbridge and everything. No, I think that Ron suggests Sirius, but then Harry says that can't be done. Then I make a note saying I would have said Dumbledore, but then Ron does say, oh no, yeah. But then Ron does say, well, what about Dumbledore? And Harry says, well, he knows it's happening. There's no point in telling him again. And after a little bit of a quiet bit and everything, Ron does say, Dumbledore would want to know. And Harry shrugs. I love the fact that was the end of the scene, guys, because that was really powerful. I wonder if that is still Harry being bitter towards Dumbledore, keeping out of the loop and everything. You're right, sweetheart. We'll get out of here soon. Yeah? Does that sound good? We're getting through the notes. We've still got quite a lot to go, though. You gonna be okay with that? Love you, Papa. I love you, Bougie. Good girl. Yeah, I really like that dance scene. That's a really nice moment between Harry and Ron there. Oh no, that isn't the end of the thing, because Harry then says that Voldemort is after a weapon, something that he didn't have last time. You know what? I think that this was covered in the movie. Maybe it's a scene with Sirius Black. Maybe I'm not sure. So they got homework about a confusing draft, but as Harry's reading it, there's so much else going on in his mind that he keeps on getting extremely distracted. So it's like, say, so it's to make things confusing. Yeah, my situation is confusing. It's like, and it's to make them angry. Yeah, I am angry about this. He keeps on making it about himself, which is the most dyslexic thing to ever happen, guys. I absolutely loved it. And Harry falls asleep again, as is his wont. And he sees the dark corridor again. He actually tries to open the door this time, but just as he gets to, Dobby wakes him up, as is his wont. It's not the first time he's done that. Delivering Hedwig. I've got down here. Has Dobby been in this book so far? I don't think he has he? I don't think he has. But lovely seeing him here, though. And he is absolutely covered in hats, scarves, and socks, which was such a great payoff, guys. This is the moment I was talking about. This being the payoff for what Hermione's been doing is brilliant. All I would have wanted is Hermione to walk in and says, "Oh, fuck." That would have been amazing. But yeah, it's just made me very happy. I loved that payoff so much. About the Dobby's just been taking all the hats and socks and everything. Hedwig is on top of the pile of hats that are on his head. Harry thanks Dobby. Always got to keep an eye out for Harry thanking people, particularly Hermione. He's been offering the clothes to Winky, who is still drinking heavily. Well, heavily for a house elf. And yeah, all the other house elves are refusing to clear Gryffindor Tower because they find it an insult. I've got down here that it's probably that they will probably see it as being dangerous as well, but the fact that they see it as specifically as an insult is very interesting. And quite frankly, they're going against their job, which is, for a house elf, is bloomin' serious, guys. Or serious. So that's kind of great. You're right. You're looking a bit like that for a moment. You okay? I don't think you've got anything interesting here, Monkey. I don't, and I don't want to make this sound because then I'll get your hopes up. Oh, you do. You do. But yeah, for house elves to refuse to do part of their job is very unusual. Do you want this, Monkey? You gonna come and shot? There we go. Thank you, Bubble. It's nice to have treats, isn't it? Good girl. What a good snoozles. We'll get out of this soon, Bubble, don't worry. Yeah, this is her ear where a bit at the bottom is missing. Who's asking knows? So Dobby wants to help Harry with his dreams and his problems. Harry says, "You can't help me, Dobby," which is kind of patronising. But Harry asks if Dobby knows a place for the Defense Against Dark Arts practice, and Dobby suggests the Come and Go room, also known as the room requirements. Now, this makes so much sense that it's Dobby that tells Harry about it. We now find out, based on the rules around it, that what Neville does in the movie doesn't actually make sense. It's not enough, and I much prefer the fact that it wasn't just found upon. It's just like, oh, it's here, because then you'd think that it's happening all the time for everyone, whereas there are actually set rules that Dobby knows. Probably learning it from Filch, because we know that Filch has used it as well, which is very interesting. We'll get into that in a moment. And yeah, it is a very little known room. I need to be deleting these as I go, or I'm going to get confused. Dobby has used it in the past. It's where he hides Winky when she's drunk. It has cures for butterbeer, and Filch has used it for extra cleaning supplies, which would suggest, guys. Now, my interpretation of the wonderful portrayal of Filch in the movies, that Filch has no idea what is going on when this room appears. which I like for the movie, guys, but I much prefer the fact that it is this functioning thing that has a purpose, not just for... It almost feels like plot armor in the movie. It's all like, oh, they need to find a place. Oh, a place just appears. Yeah, which is fine, because it's a magical world, guys. You can do that sort of thing. But I much prefer the fact that there are certain things that you had to do, which we will get into in a moment. But yeah, Filch certainly looks surprised in the movie. And obviously him not being a magic user, he is probably quite freaked out by it as well. But, well, maybe not. But also, Filch, like, knows the castle, like better than pretty much anyone. But he doesn't know about the room requirement, but Hermione does. We'll get into it. I understand. They need to get through the scene. So having someone explain what the room is great. Who's going to explain that out of everyone? Well, Hermione. She's the intelligent one. But I don't feel like the room requirement should be a case of intelligence. I don't think it's going to be a Hogwarts history. So yeah. And in the book, she doesn't know about it. In fact, she's as amazed as everyone else. Whereas in the movie, it's like, yeah, this is room requirements. They're like, it's all right. I know they need to get through the story, guys, but jeez. Anyway, surprised in the film. Yeah, Harry instantly remembers Dumbledore's Lou story. Yeah, like immediately. I wasn't expecting him to remember it. I thought it was just a nice little teaser, but no, he instantly remembers Dumbledore saying about the commodes, which obviously Fred and George suggests towards as well, in the movie. Harry wants to go now, but he hears a voice very similar to Hermione saying the word reckless. Brilliant. And so he doesn't go. Good for Harry. I feel like we are really seeing progression for Harry, like from a what's the right term? Academic standpoint. I really do. And it's really nice to see. And the fact that Hermione is that voice in his head is awesome as well. So I am appreciating him being more reserved here. Especially because he would have been quite excited to hear this from Dobby. So the next day we've got Herbology. The rain is still going absolutely crazy. Care for Magical Creatures has been moved indoors. The Gryffindor practice has been cancelled to the delight of all the players, probably apart from Angelina. Although I think she understood as well, though. And later on, they go to the 7th floor. They go opposite Barnabas, or is it Barnaby? Barnabas, isn't it? Yeah, Barnabas, the Barmy, being clubbed by trolls, which I'm sure was in Hogwarts Legacy, but we'll have to have a look next time we're on it. I've always assumed that the location changes, guys. And so if you're like near the entrance and you need the loo, then the room requirement can appear there. If you're like at the top of the observation tower and you need the loo, let's just keep on that. It'll appear there. No, it seems to be like this specific place, and I feel like that was in Hogwarts Legacy. And I was thinking, oh, but that's strange. That's not like in the story. No, it actually is. It is this specific location. Harry's having sausages and mash, not bangers and mash. It's interesting to say bangers. Bangers are called that because they used to put lots of water and bread and stuff in it, and just because when meat was very sparse during the Second World War, and also the rations that followed, they used to put other things into sausage just to bulk them out. And when you cook those sausages, they would very often split, and so that's why they're called bangers. But no, it just says sausages and mash here. Anyway, sounds good. I haven't had mashed potato for a while. I don't know if I can be bothered though. I got a jalfrezi to make. One of these like little kits and everything, which I should probably do today, but I do need to go shopping, no monkey. That's the priority. No, your W is the priority. But then I need to pop off. You'll be okay though. You will be okay. Ignore me. Wrong reaction series, Veggie. Hermione, Dumbledore's plans. Oh no, sorry. This is my shorthand. Dobby's plans aren't always safe. And says, remember when he made you made you lose all the bones in your arm? Now, Maybe this is because of a movie change, guys, but all I can think of right now is the Gilderoy bit where he tries to mend Harry's broken arm. Or was it Dobby that did that? Or was it in the hospital wing? Because Dobby was there, wasn't he? I get confused. I need to go back and watch the movie. Or read the book again. Harry says Dumbledore knows about the room, and as soon as Harry says that, Hermione's absolutely fine. Which is really nice hearing the respect that Hermione has for Dumbledore. That's actually really nice. Oh, we're flying through this, guys. We're absolutely flying through. We're getting into the last chunk of comments. Of thoughts, I should say. We'll be getting to your comments soon. Harry uses the Marauders map. Barnabas was trying to teach the trolls to ballet dance, apparently, and that's what happened to him. Amazing. You need to walk past the room 3 times. So that makes what Neville does completely not right. Unless he literally just didn't. Obviously, he hasn't. Is that weird bit with Crabbe and Goyle bumping into him? Watch where you're going. Anyway, but yes, you have to walk past it 3 times. Think about what you need. The door appears, they enter it. It's filled with bookcases, cushions instead of chairs, sneaker scopes, security sensors, and a cracked faux glass. Ron says the cushions will be useful will be good for stunning spells. Like this point, I got completely confused because there has been a class or like or non-class where they've been making cushions fly around. I thought that's what he's getting to, but no, he means when they're going to be stunned, they're going to be able to fall into them. Obviously, right? I think that's what he meant. Like, yeah, that took me a second. I must admit. Hermione's marking out by all the books that they have in there, which is always a delight to see. So this is the second time that Neville has replaced Dobby in the films, guys, right? Second time, maybe more, but obviously he was the one who gave Harry the thing to help him out in the second task in Goblet of Fire, and now he is just chancing upon the room. So they do all arrange to meet there, and the others arrive. The cushions are for falling over. I think that's what I was just mentioning just now. Fred and George had used the room requirement before because they thought it was a broom cupboard. So presumably they were trying to avoid people, and that's why they walked past 3 times, which makes more sense than just Neville walking past for no reason. But yeah, they thought it was just a broom cupboard, which is referenced in the movie very nicely with a little mouse that runs around. But why does that appear though? Because this is another thing. Because I can't remember who says it, but in the movie they say it's I think it's Harry who says it. It's as if the school is helping us rebel. No, I really like that. It gives Hogwarts even more personality. But in the book, that just isn't the case, is it? It is the fact that you had to find it in this very certain way. And it's been used by Filch for official stuff. It's been used for Fred and George to hide out and stuff. So it's just a very practical thing. It isn't the castle trying to make good overcome evil or anything, you know, which I liked in the movie, but it's kind of silly now you think about it, you know. So when Filch and the Slytherin gang are like running towards it and it suddenly becomes a broom cupboard, I'm not exactly sure why that would happen. Unless it is the school trying to troll Filch and the Slytherin gang. Or if Filch is so obsessed with cleaning that that's actually what he was thinking about running towards it. Maybe that's it. That's an odd one, though. That is odd, anyway. But yeah, the whole school wanting them to help them rebel and everything. I remember really liking in the movie, but now I think about it, it is kind of silly. But yeah, maybe that is the intention. Maybe that will happen in the book. Hermione says they need to elect a leader, whilst interrupting Harry. She interrupts him a couple of times. And Cho says, well, it's obviously Harry. And Hermione says, I know, but we should make it formal. Which I get. I can understand that. And also maybe she's got another jinx going on. Maybe something. And everyone votes for Harry, including Smith. Hermione says they need to name name the team name themselves for Team Spirit. Angelina suggests the Anti-Umbridge League, which is a little bit on the nose. Ministry of Magic are morons group, says Fred. Cho says the Defence Association, because Hermione at this point has said, well, we don't want it to be too obvious that, you know, if we say, oh, you're going to be going to the Anti-Umbridge League, it's a little bit on the a bit obvious for anyone overhearing. And Cho says that it could be abbreviated to DA, and Ginny says she likes the DA thing, but what about Dumbledore's army? So it's cool that it was Ginny that came up with the name. Whereas in the movie, it's just written on a piece of paper, which I brought up last time, did feel a little bit just like chucked in there. But then again, that's during the Q line. I just hate that scene. I don't know why. So when they vote for the names, there is a majority, and Hermione says that's a majority. Motion passed. You get the impression that Hermione is absolutely loving this. Everything is formal, and you know, we're taking votes and everything. She's clearly really enjoying herself. Expelliarmus first, Harry suggests, and Smith goes, "Oh, please," and says that it won't be much use against Voldemort. And Harry says how he used it last year, and he saved his life against Voldemort. And says, if you think it's beneath you, you can leave. I love how direct Harry is here, and it shows that he's actually going to be a really good teacher. The fact that you wouldn't want to say that to a student. You know, if you don't want to learn a lesson then leave, that would be a very bad thing to say to a student. But he's not going to take any S from Smith, and he is making that very clear at the start, politely, not being rude. Just laying it out there. I really appreciate how professional that was. Professional teachers at Hogwarts, guys, it's pretty rare, right? So, so everyone pairs up. Naturally, Neville is left unpaired. Reminds me of I was always one of the last people to be picked at football, guys. But yeah, I didn't understand it or enjoy it. But you know, I had to do it because that's how life was then. A break, I should say. So Neville successfully does Expelliarmus on Harry. It's the first time he's actually managed to do it. It was made easier because Harry wasn't paying attention, but obviously he doesn't tell Neville that. So he then gets Neville to join with Ron and Hermione, I think, and starts to walk the rooms, looking at the different pairs and everything. Not like that. Smith making his own wand fly away, and it seems like he's not able to say the words as well. So I'm not exactly sure what it is that Fred and George are actually doing to him, but they're basically putting a spell on Smith. It could be Silencio, but why would the wand be flying out of his hand now? But then again, in the movie, like Neville says Expelliarmus, and it comes out of his own hand, doesn't it? The first one. We get the mannequins that are in Hogwarts Legacy, which is cool. Ginny and Michael are together. Michael is struggling, but it may be because he's refusing to do the spell properly on Ginny, which is very chivalrous of him. Harry thinks to himself that he needs a whistle, and suddenly a whistle appears in front of him, which is just so... It's so... I think I may have mentioned it before, guys, but there's an episode of Red Dwarf. I mentioned Red Dwarf a lot, let's face it. It's a shame that Chris Barry wasn't in any of the Harry Potter movies. I'm kind of surprised he wasn't, actually. But anyway, yeah, there's an episode called Quarantine where, like, 3 of the crew members are being kept hostage by the other one. And they need to get out of this room. And so they take a luck potion, which obviously we have a luck potion in Harry Potter as well. Although this predated Harry Potter. Like, Crichton like says, oh, we need this, and then we need like this incredibly rare chip or something like that. Computer chip, and like Lister, who's taken the luck draft, just gives it straight to him. It's stupid. But it's great. It's great. Cho screwing up. I got down here. Is she screwing up or is she trying to get Harry's attention? But no, it seems like she is actually naturally screwing up, but because Harry is watching her, though. She's setting her partner's sleeves on fire, which is extreme. God knows what's going on there. It's not incendio, is it? Harry, it's Harry that's making her nervous. She actually says that. Says her partner, says her parents don't want the partner's parents to upset Umbridge, but Cho is determined to go through this because for Cedric. Luna's dad. Luna says that her dad is very supportive of anything anti-Ministry of Magic. At this point, I notice that my short names for Ministry of Magic and Defense Against the Dark Arts are Mum and Dada. And that Luna's dad has mentioned that Fudge has had goblins assassinated and has the Department of Mysteries make poisons for him. Very Snow from Hunger Games, and also talks about Fudge's ungubulous slash kilter. And Cho's completely baffled. She would know Luna pretty well, though, right? Well, she'd know him better than Harry, certainly. Definitely. Yes, she would. I know that Luna's kind of left out of the Ravenclaw quite a lot and everything, but she would at least know what Cho is like, because there would have been rumors and stuff talking about her, wouldn't there? Unfortunately. But yeah, like Harry says, ignore that regarding Luna. So they work out what schedule they're going to be following. Well, they will be sorting out the schedule next time. They all leave in groups of 2 or 3 just to make sure that there's clearly not this group of multi-housed students all leaving at the same time. Whereas in the movie, there's like someone keeping an eye out as they all run out and everything, which is fine. Again, they need to get through it. Ron is arguing who disarmed. Ron and Hermione are arguing who disarmed who the most between him and Hermione, which is incredibly sweet. I really freaking like it. It's I don't want to go into it again, guys. I don't want to go into it again, but I don't. Yeah. I don't particularly like the scene in the movie where it's like, what? A girl's gonna be able to do something, and then she does it really brilliantly. It's so. I feel like we've moved past that sort of scene now because it's so on the nose and obvious. I'm not saying that I'm not saying I'm against the message of that scene, guys. I think it's a very important message, but it feels. I mean, the fact is, we know that Ron messes up a lot with his magic, particularly in the movies. And so this idea that Hermione is going to... Movie Hermione is going to have any trouble defeating movie Ron at this point. It's so obvious that Hermione's going to be better at it. And so it makes this whole go on, Ron, sort of thing. We know that Ron's going to lose, even from a comic standpoint, but from how good they are as students, we know that Hermione's better than Ron. And so it seems redundant having to say. And then Ron goes, whoop! As movie Ron does. Again, not Grint's fault at all. He was spectacular as Ron. Yeah. It feels, you know what it is? It feels extremely cliche. And that's probably because that sort of scene has been so done now that it's not really around that much anymore. It certainly isn't in The Long Walk, guys, but then again, there's only 1 female in that. Well, 2, technically. Oh, there's 1. God, it's a good movie, though. Yeah, anyway, I hope that makes sense, guys. I really love the sequence. But that scene, it seems so drawn out. And yet, everyone, even people that aren't watching the movie and never heard of Harry Potter or the books or anything, even they know what's about to happen. Like aliens on Mars, guys, they know what's going to happen in this scene, and it feels like very, very drawn out. Anyway, that is my last note. Harry is thinking about the fact that he makes Cho nervous. I hope in a good way. That's my notes, guys. So what was that? Like an hour, and so we're under 2 hours in, so we've got plenty of time to get through the book review. The book club, I should say. We've just done the book review. So let's have a look at your comments in the book club, guys. Lovely stuff. Oh, I'm going to be taking that noodle out for a W now. I won't say the word, though, because I'll get her hopes up, because I need to do some other things first. So today I got an undershirt on, and it is a t-shirt that my brother got for me a few years ago for my birthday. It's the Mortal Kombat, I won't show you the whole thing, but it's the Mortal Kombat Ultimate Free select character. So it has like Shadow and so on. Because Shadow wasn't in the original Ultimate Mortal Kombat 3. But straight away, and I really like the t-shirt and everything, guys. But straight away, as soon as I started to wash it, it started to fade more and more. And now they all look like Noob Saibot. I just made a Mortal Kombat joke. Guys, let's go over to your comments in the book club. I won't forget Hobbit. In fact, we're going to do Hobbits now, just to make sure that I don't forget Hobbits comment again. So we're going to start off with that. Thank you so much for keeping the comments relatively short. Guys, I have noticed that it's looking a lot more how we like it. So thank you so much for that. It is greatly appreciated. Favorite part of doing these book reviews, guys, it really is. So let's get over to it. Hobbit. It says never mind, because I just apologised to them for not covering their comment last time. And now we get into the new book club comment. So if you do DM me, this is why I missed it, guys, because I forgot to check my DMs. But if you do DM me your thoughts on the chapters, please start the message. Pardon me. Please start the message book club, and so then when I see it in my notifications, and then and obviously don't send any secondary messages. So then when I see it in my DMs, I can see that it is for the book club. I won't read it until we're actually there, so I avoid spoilers and everything. And also, I like to do these comments without reading them beforehand, just so my thoughts on them are fresh as well, you know. Dear me. Sorry, I just had some Vegemite on toast. My throat's doing something weird. Either way, hello again. I find these are a treat to listen to on long drives. Although during the sirens in the last one, I did pull over and let an imaginary fire engine go past. Okay, that's a fair point. I hate that sort of thing. There's a classic Curb Your Enthusiasm episode where Larry's driving just a brand new vintage car, which doesn't make any sense, but driving Jeff's car, and on the radio, like an advert for AAA, it said, I don't know if that's actually called AAA in America, but over here it's called AA. I don't know if that's the equivalent. But it says AAA, beep, beep, like that. And Larry thinks it's someone behind him beeping, and so starts shouting at him, and then in the end the guy rams him because he's so angry with him. Wrecking Jeff's car. Yeah, I hate that sort of thing. Adverts on the radio that have sirens and everything. Are they insane? Seriously, I hate that song. So I apologise, Hobbit. I'm guessing you're joking, but thank you so much. Okay. Oh, me. When you saw the film Chamber, your reaction to Hermione's plan for the Apologies potion to spike Crabbe and Goyle with cake, hide their bodies, take their hair and steal their clothes, and was, I quote, "She's a psychopath, she's terrifying, no, she's actually psychotic." Really? I don't remember saying that at all. I'm surprised I didn't reference Hitman, quite frankly. I probably did as well, but that's amazing. I need to watch my old reactions back. I haven't done that for a while, guys. I must admit, guys, I am the sort of person who likes to watch my own videos. Is that bad? I'm not saying I watch them because there's nothing, because there's nothing is good. I'm not saying that, but every now and then I do like to watch my own videos, guys. For example, I got a lovely comment. I was talking about it earlier on, but The Long Walk. I got a really lovely comment, But it was very, very sweet comment about my reaction to it. But the first line was, "I am obsessed with your reaction of this movie," which is very kind of them. And so because of that, they went and watched my reaction, you know? I do feel like it's a good reaction. And from what I gather, I won't give any spoilers, because my brother was the one who he didn't ask me to cover it, but he was saying, hey, you really need to check out The Long Walk, and so I thought I'd do it on the channel. From what I gather, my brother's watched some other reactions of it, which I have not yet. Apparently my take on the ending is actually quite rare. And I feel like that's... Because at the time, even in the reaction, I like say, guys, I'm not sure if I'm meant to feel like this, but... And then I say what I say. I've watched the movie several times already since. I'm convinced I'm right. I am absolutely convinced I'm right. So apparently my take on the ending is quite different than others. I need to watch some other reactions, seriously, but the more I watch it, the more set in stone I am with what I feel about how I feel about the events of the... I don't know how to word this, guys. I'm not saying that the ending is good or bad. What I'm saying is, from a morality standpoint, what I think about what the characters in the movie did. Apparently my take on it is quite rare, which is rare. I need to check out some reactions to it, I really do. Anyway, back to your comments. So, on that note, what level-headed action did you think she has taken to ensure for everyone who betrays their secret, they will be sorry? Well, that's a very good point, Hobbit, because we were talking about Hermione at the end of the last book. Yeah, Goblet of Fire. And how she was freaking I'm pretty sure I called her psychotic then as well. So I don't know if it's going to be a ramp up from what she did to Rita Skeeter, which was pretty bad. I'm not saying that it wasn't deserved. Gold, I don't know. I do presume it's going to pay off. I don't know if there's been any other clues. I don't know. I can't wait to find out if it does indeed happen. Or at least she explains it. I do find her musings about whether to trust Sirius's judgment and whether he is living through them to be very perspective. Yeah, I feel like, and I feel like it is probably right. And I know she really regrets saying it, and doesn't want to say it, but she has to say it though. It adds context to the row. Context to the row that he had with Mrs. Weasley, and contrast his risky attitude with her constant fears, her boggart, well, quite. P.S. Did you notice McGonagall saved Harry from giving Sirius's letter away to the staff room? Yeah, yeah. Do you think that was a, oh, balls, Order of the Phoenix could have been Sirius Black sort of thing? Or was it, oh, the letter's still attached to the owl? Because I do think it is the latter. But then again, she says something to Harry, doesn't she? I can't remember what it was. So yeah, you are right, she definitely did save him there. Thank you so much for your comment, Hobbit, and I will endeavour to cover them in good and in proper time going forward. Can I show you this? I should be able to show you this, guys. Over on the Patreon, I have finally synced up my reaction to Howl's Moving Castle, which is old, guys. I did it a long time ago. As I remember, I posted it in a post, which was basically community posts, basically saying, "Here's the video, you can sync it up." And so I'm not sure if it's actually visible on the YouTube channel. But now we're using Streamable, it's actually properly synced up. And so if you want to check out my Howl's Moving Castle reaction from a couple of years ago, ignore the fact that I have a plaster on my face and enjoy, because it's there now. Right, so let's get down to the bottom of the list. So thank you all so much for taking part in this. Like I say, it's my favourite part of doing these videos. And like I say, the vast majority of you guys are keeping your comments to a good length. There are a couple of chunky ones, but That's life. Right. Oh, God. Okay, and I like them as I go, guys, just to keep make sure where I am. So if I ever forget to like someone, it isn't an indictment on their comment. Samai Vogsley, I love it. Jake, I should say. I've tried my best to be short this time. I would say that is. Yeah, this is fine, but it is on the large side, but it's certainly not too long. So don't worry about that. A lot of people go through the comment and then edit it back, you know. But I feel like this looks okay. Basically, if the comment's longer, guys, it means I can't spend as much time on it because I need to get to the next one, you know. And so if you keep it short, then I can have not a back and forth, but I can have more of a discussion with you regarding your comments. Chapter 17. An organization is hereby described as a regular meeting of 3 or more students. Does that mean Umbridge has technically banned lessons? No, because it's not an organisation then, is it? And she would argue that it's being run by a teacher, whereas something which is just students wouldn't be. So yeah, I see what you mean though. Can you imagine film Who Are You and What Have You Done with Hermione putting Jinx on some parchment? No wonder she said Jinxes could be useful in chapter 15. Oh, good point. That blooming ties it back, doesn't it? And put together Galleon in the Eloise Midgen references jar. Yeah, I appreciated the Midgen reference. I thought that was a really nice callback as well. Yeah, in the movie, I think it may have come up last time. We had that scene on the bridge, which I've been on, where they're walking out of Hogwarts, and like Hermione like says something like, "This is really exciting" or something, and Ron says, "Who are you and what have you done with Hermione?" Now, I remember really liking that moment in the movie. It wouldn't really fit with Hermione in the book because she hasn't really changed that much. You know, we've had the Polyjuice Potion, we've had the what she did to Rita Skeeter, we've had numerous other things that she's done. What she's doing to the House Elves, you could argue. Basically, Hermione has basically 2 speeds, 0 and 60, and that's it. And most of the time she's at 0. She's like, no, we need to do homework. No. Then, like maybe 2 or 3 times a book, not even that, she becomes a freaking menace. And so, I really like the movie line, but I don't think it would make sense with a book Hermione, unless it is in a book. We shall see. Finally, a long-awaited answer to something you queried in the Chamber of Secrets, chapter 8, 9, 10 video. Binns does not get Harry's name right. Really? Do I talk about that there? Am I like saying how would Binns even know who Harry is? Maybe. I don't know. I can't remember what I said back then. To be honest, it was very interesting though. Banning social groups and scarring children's hand is passable, but if Umbridge, I'm going to edit that for my own sake, has hurt Hedwig. That's simply irredeemable. Well, it kind of, yeah. I don't know if you're being facetious, but I think you're absolutely right. So if you mean that legitimately, I think it is actually a step up from those things. Incredibly, to me it is, guys. Maybe it's because I'm a big animal person, but you know everyone's a big animal person. But animal cruelty does stand out to me as, you know, it like, I mean, you know, scarring children, you know, and knowing that your authority and position will be able to allow you to get away with it is horrific as well. So, But let's face it, guys, presumably she tried to kill Hedwig. She wasn't trying to wound Hedwig so Hedwig slowed down so she could grab the letter. She was actually trying to shoot Hedwig down. If it was indeed Umbridge, we don't know at this point. But yeah, it's, I agree with you there, Jake. Chapter 18. Everyone seems to do the Impervious Charm first time just after watching Harry do it. What's the point of this of lessons if spells are that easy? Well, I think you can say that some spells are easier than others. I mean, that's literally the case, isn't it? Or do they only work on trivial Quidditch work in a trivial Quidditch context? I think it must be the specific spell. I think it must be. There are going to be some spells where people are just going to be able to pick them up straight away, especially if they've learned more difficult spells already. And so, and also it could be similar to ones which they've done before, or maybe they've done it before. Does it say that Harry actually shows them how to do it? Maybe it does. Or if that's the case, then you're spot on then. Reading about the clandestine DA meeting is one of my favourite parts of the book, though Cho's friend clearly preferred Cedric to Harry. Yeah, I don't know. I would presume so as well, but then again, she may have had exactly the same energy for Cedric as well, you know, because we never really... We knew that Cho was around other Ravenclaws, but I don't think this particular girl, who I think we have her learn the name of now, was notable by her opinion of Cedric. Maybe. Yeah, maybe. Either way, Jake, thank you so much for kicking us off, as always. Greatly appreciated. Slime. Snape's ongoing struggle to be professional within the classroom reaches new lows, taking out his anger with Umbridge on Harry. I'm not sure if he did here. And he left it just like that. Now, granted, he does immediately look over to Harry. Oh, maybe I left something out of my notes. Maybe he does say something, or I mean, giving him no marks and extra homework, I think is completely legit in this case because Harry wasn't paying attention. He was messing up. Hermione was having to tell him to not put pomegranate juice in his cauldron. So, if that's what you're referring to, Slim, I do disagree. But I'm not sure if that's what you're referring to, though. Yeah, I think I think it's very possible that I've missed something there. So if that's the case, Slim, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Sorry. That barman has a long memory. Sirius with a masterclass in understatement. Oh, really? That's interesting. I feel like that's got a while to pay off. We shall see. What do you think Mundungus did to get banned from the Hogshead? If Mundungus is there to protect Harry, I'm surprised the barman is making that job more difficult by continuing to ban Mundungus. Great point. Okay, so let's just say that we are talking about Aberforth here, because that's important for the context of this discussion. So, if we are talking about Aberforth being a barman, first of all, I think that Mundungus was probably doing dodgy dealing in the pub, much like Del Boy would do in Only Fools and Horses, which obviously is not good for their business. Or you could have been gambling in there and stuff. Obviously, you're not allowed to gamble in pubs and everything, unless it's on the fruit machines and stuff. So yeah, I feel like it's some dodgy deal. I don't think he was like drunk and disorderly or anything. I think he was just what he's known for, which is being a wheeler dealer. If Mundungus is there to protect Harry, are you surprised the barman is making that job more difficult by continuing to ban Mundungus? I am going to say no, Slim, because I think that the barman, if he knows anything about the Order of the Phoenix. If he knows anything about the Order of the Phoenix, can argue, send someone else. That guy is banned. I'm not just going to unban him just because Harry's going to have a meeting somewhere. Send anyone else. Send Molly. Send creature. Send anyone. Or I'll do it. Because presumably... So your question is based upon the barman knowing that Harry was going to be there and needed protection. If that's the case, the barman could have done it. If it isn't the case, then the barman isn't making it more difficult at all. The barman is literally just saying that Mundungus is banned. A bunch of students over there, okay. Doesn't change the fact that Mundungus is banned. So yeah, you raise a great point, Stan. It's all based on one, if it's Aberforth, and two, if he knows about the Order of Phoenix. Neither of those I actually know. So thank you so much for that great question, though. The night before Harry turned to Hogwarts, Voldemort... the night before Harry returned to Hogwarts, Voldemort was angry. During the Umbridge detention, Voldemort was happy, and now after Quidditch practice, he's angry again. What is he happy or angry about? What isn't happening fast enough? Voldemort's complaining about the local takeaway food, perhaps, maybe. I think it has something to do with the corridor and the door. So I think that it's just coincidental, the fact that it happened during a Quidditch practice, because I can't think of anything. Yeah, I can't think of anything that would wanted to have had, that could have possibly happened regarding Harry there at that point. So I think it is completely irrelevant to what's actually happening at Hogwarts, including the Umbridge one, which I know is a bit of a crazy coincidence, but I do. That's my current theory. Do you think we'd get did you think we'd get Nigel in the books, or did you think he was movie exclusive? I've got to admit something here, guys, and this is going to be quite bad, because I'm not sure what you guys are going to think about this. So we met Colin Creevey in Chamber. I don't think we ever met his brother in the movies. And I think I just forgot Colin's name and assumed that was him. Nigel as in. Because the actor doesn't look completely opposite. I'm not saying it's the same person, but if they needed to replace the actor for whatever reason, that would have been a fine replacement. And so I think that when watching the movies, I just assumed it was actually him. And so, did you think we'd get Nigel in the books? No, because I kind of thought it was the same person. Oh, that's bad, isn't it? Anyway, a great comments. Some taxing questions there. I appreciate it. On the old opinions, I should say, as in a brilliant way. They each had me thinking. Danny. Hello, Veggie. Hello, Woozle. Superstar DJs. Here we go. Ignore me. Getting in early this time. Smart. Chapter 17. Some people leave the start of their comment and then throughout the weeks add to it as they go. And then some people have a big comment and then cut it down. And so posting early and then readdressing it avoids complete disappointment. Although obviously you may not remember to say everything that you want to say. But love to see you here early anyway. The lore behind the sliding stairs we saw in the dormitories in Hogwarts Legacy. Exactly, which I thought it was a Hufflepuff exclusive. As in, each house would have different ways of stopping it. I'm not saying that the Hufflepuff boys are particularly untrustworthy. Gold. Poor Hedwig. I always hated this part when she gets hurt. Umbridge is cruel, but this is the moment for me, and as an animal lover, I truly hate her. Well, yeah, or I can assume that it was Umbridge, or someone working under her potentially. Poor Neville. I can't imagine being in his position. I really believe it's worse than Harry, other than the fact that Neville still has some family to care for him, even if it is tough love. I can't imagine the picture. I really believe it's worse than Harry's. I do disagree. I do disagree, Danny. Now, let's not start ranking who had. I'm not saying this is what you're doing, but I'm not going to start ranking who had the worst life and everything, because obviously everyone is different, guys. Everyone handles things differently and everything. Here comes a siren, everyone. This is on recording. I think it's police, maybe. I'm not sure. Oh, it stopped. Maybe they're outside. Maybe it's the Superstar DJ joke that I just made was too much. There is a sketch group from the not the 9 o'clock news. What were they called? Oh, this is terrible. Why can't I remember their names? Oh my goodness. Not the 9 o'clock news. So Not the 9 o'clock news was a famous sketch show, guys, which had Rowan Atkinson, very young Rowan Atkinson. And it also starred Pamela Stevenson, Mel Smith, and Griff Rhys-Jones. There we go. So Smith and Jones. There we go. That was the sketch show, which I have to remember. It was okay. I mean, to be honest, I didn't really like not the 9 o'clock news, guys. I know that's kind of sacrilege for someone who's my age, but I didn't. I found it like a bit try hard. I feel terrible saying that, guys, because I love everyone involved. Everyone involved, I think, is fascinating. Griff Rhys-Jones, which did a documentary about anger, which was very interesting. And obviously, Mel Smith went on to be a very successful director. But I remember one sketch, and something just happened which reminded me of it, from Smith and Jones, where it's two country folk in a pub drinking beer, and one of them picks up their beer, and the placemat is stuck to it. Now, I don't know if you have placemats where you come from. I think in America they have, like, napkins, right? Or am I talking rubbish? I'm not sure. But if you have placemats, guys, they're like very, very thin bits of plastic. My brother used to collect them. I forgot about that. Blooming heck. And he picks up and it's like that. Now, it's obviously very common. If the bottom of the glass is wet, it's going to stick to the cardboard and it's going to lift up. And so the guy like goes, oh, like that, and goes to take it off, and then all the beer falls out. Stupid joke. Anyway, and that just reminded me of that. Right. Back to your comment, Danny. Yeah. I don't know. It doesn't feel right to try and, rank them or anything. But the fact is, oh God, would you rather your parents be dead than in that state? I don't think I would. Which is weird, guys, because I remember my mother saying a few times. I guess I can put it in the way she put it, because I hope it doesn't sound insensitive, guys, but she was talking about herself when she said this, and she said this a few times for her life. She said if she is ever like hopeless in hospital or something like that, then turn the switch off. Basically, she'd say that, and that was her way of being humorous, guys. She liked to keep it lighthearted and everything, but I do feel like she kind of meant it as well. And so, but I still would rather her be alive than to be insane, which is what's happened with Neville's parents, isn't it? Then again, I haven't seen what their actual condition is and how distressed they are. Presumably very distressed. But when it comes to Neville, would he rather them be dead? Would Harry rather his parents be alive but in the state that Neville's parents are in? So I feel like with that, we can just put that completely to the side. Then we think about the fact that Harry has been brought up by a family that actively despises him and has mistreated him. Neville's been a disappointment. I don't think for a second that his grandmother doesn't love him. Yeah. I think out of the two, and I'm not sure. And you say the position. So being bullied at school and having a friends group and everything is irrelevant here, right? We're talking about the family situation. If that's the case, I do feel like Harry has had it worse because Neville was brought up in a caring family, as you say it. It's a great question, and the more I think about it, the closer it is. Because when I first read it, I was thinking, well, no, I disagree with that. But now I think about it, I can see what you're saying, but it's tough. It's tough. Let's move on. But it's a great point made. Harry's immediate, but I kept my temper. Yeah, that's great. To Angelina always makes me laugh. At least he's self-aware. I'll admit, Danny, it did make me laugh at the time, but now you point it out, that is actually freaking hilarious. That really is. I love it. It's like assuming what's coming next, you know. I'll keep it brief, guys, but there is one bit on Fools and Horses where Dell's in the church, and obviously he's known for being a criminal, and so he says that he's going to donate to the vicar, and as he's walking out, the vicar sees something incredible, as in like essentially a miracle. You need to watch the episode, guys. Miracle in Peckham. It's actually a very good episode, and it's very Dell boy as well. But when he sees this thing, he like says, "Dell!" As in like, "Come quicker," I think. But Dell boy, as he's putting the money into things, says, "I'm putting the money in. I'm putting it in," because he's thinking that he's getting accused of stealing it. Anyway, reference to Odin and Orson, and I kept it quick, guys. That's very impressive. I've learned, kinda. Right. That is great, though. I didn't even think about how funny that line is, but I kept my temper. It's also very self-obsessed as well. In a way, I like it. I like it. Chapter 18, and finally the reveal about where all of Hermione's woolly bladders had been going, and he was the one who to suggest the room requirement for the DA locations. I wish they kept him in the movie, even just for the short pass. Bless his little heart. Yeah, and you made me realise something, Danny, is that the fact that he's actually worked out what the bladders were meant to be. So that's actually quite impressive. So Hermione should be at least pleased about that. I want to get Hermione's reaction to Dobby being dressed like this. Please let that be in the book. That would be so funny. What a successful first lesson. I guess, I was going to say that surely Dobby's been freed again, but no, that wouldn't be the case, because because it needs to be done, but it doesn't matter. Move on. What a successful first lesson for Harry and the DA. I absolutely adore the movie montage, but the lessons in the book really show how much effort Harry puts into them. Yeah, I hope I didn't go too hard on the movie scene earlier on, guys, because I kept on saying I really like it. I do have questions about it, though. And like I say, because I watched Popcorn in Bed's Game of Thrones reaction this week, it definitely has a different feel to it. Yeah, I hope I didn't go too hard on it, because I do like it. I don't really like the fact they're all queued up in that bit. Okay, I'm sure that I'll be getting a comment already on this video saying, Veggie, they're queued up so they can take it in turns to do it. Sure. But why are they standing behind Neville? Surely they want to see how he's doing. Why is the queue not off to the side? It looks so orchestrated. It looks like the director didn't really care what it looked like. That's my opinion. It's nothing to do with the actors, guys. I never criticise the actors in this. I think the actors are excellent across the board. Oh, there was a Arcane video. I haven't watched it yet. Of like a year on after Arcane, with all the voice actors getting interviewed, and Cho Chan is in the Pumpkin Patty, I should say, is in the thumbnail. Because she's Caitlin in it, guys. Who is Caitlin? For what? Okay, one, Cho Chan's actor is excellent voice acting. Like, she's become an excellent voice actor. Because Caitlin needed it, guys. She's one of the, like... I feel like you could argue she's the most interesting character in Arcane. And I'm a massive Jinx fan, guys. Jinx is my number one, definitely. But Caitlin is fascinating. And her development is incredible throughout it. And that obviously requires a very talented voice actor, and she's great in it. She's absolutely brilliant in it. If you didn't watch Arcane after all this time that I've been saying about it, guys, then obviously you're not going to watch it. But if you can still be convinced, I highly recommend checking out Arcane. Right. And Caitlin is in the second episode. Briefly. Oh, no, she's in it a couple of times. Ignore me. Have a wonderful day. Extra pats for Woozle. I will make sure that happens. Danny, thank you so much for your comment. Always appreciate it. Moving on to Kay. Hiya, Veggie. Can we just take a second to congratulate Harry for not sprinting off after Dobby the moment he tells him about the room requirement? Absolutely yes. I'm so glad you brought it up. I'm so glad I brought it up because it means that we are synced, Kay. I appreciate that. I completely do. That's brilliant. I appreciate that a lot. This is a book with a lot of impulsive Harry, but he does have his moments of maturity. I like that they are often accompanied by him imagining Hermione's voice in his head. Exactly, yeah. So it's kind of, you could argue that that's because Hermione's been nattering at him, but it is a sign of maturing for Harry, definitely. Its Vegemite will go down. I do prefer Vegemite than Marmite, guys, which I know is a bit of a controversial thing for an English person to say, but I love both. Vegemite is just easier to spread. That's the number one for me. It's just so much easier to spread. You don't need to heat it up or anything to do it, and it's slightly smokier flavour. So it's harder to get, that's for sure. I think that the only shop you can get it in easily is Tesco, in fact. But yeah, check it out if you love your Marmite. It's so much easier to spread, guys, which is a big thing for me. And you know, when you have too much Marmite on something, it can be quite disgusting. It's harder to have too much Vegemite because it's a subtler taste, you know. Anyway, moving on. I think that also speaks to how influence his friends have, how the influence his friends have on him. Most kids considering making a reckless choice would hear the voice of their mother. Oh, father, take them to task. Excellent point, Kay. Excellent point. But Harry had never spent enough time around the adults he actually respects for their voices to become an internal narrative. That's a brilliant point, Kay. And I'll actually add to that the fact that Harry has had previous moments where he's thought, oh, Hermione's not going to be happy about this, but then still done it. And so, yeah, I love that you brought this up. I think that is something that is absolutely noteworthy, and I'm glad you did. Noted. Thanks so much for your comment. Sandra. I wonder how Umbridge knew that Sirius was in the fire. Is there an alarm system that shows the owner of the fire that someone is intruding? That's got to do with the Flu Network, hasn't it? Right? Can the Flu Network in Harry Potter be used with any fire? So it said there that Hogwarts wouldn't be connected to the Flu Network, which obviously makes complete sense. So it ain't that. No, but he can have its own because Umbridge is there. Oh, but But Sirius isn't using it as a flu. But maybe Umbridge is. Now this is interesting, guys, because the face in the fire is made up of the fire, right? I know it differs in the movie, doesn't it? in the movies, I should say. But if it's flu, then the body part is actually there. So was it actually Umbridge's hand, or was it a fiery hand? I am actually not sure. It's terrifying either way. But yeah, I do feel like it probably is an alarm system, and it's to do with an internal flu network, maybe. Great question, Sandra. I see that Slime has replied. In fact, Slime's got four likes in it. Okay, I don't usually do this, guys, but I feel like no, I'm not going to. I'm not going to, just in case Slim may have actually mentioned something that I shouldn't know yet. But it sounds like Slim has a good answer. But either way, Sandra, thank you so much for your comment. Kiri. Hi, Veggie. First time comment here. I thought it was Kiri. That is a lovely name. I've never seen that name before, but Kiri. I like it. First time commenter here. Been following you since the Chamber of Secrets movie reaction. Thank you very much. I'm glad that my screaming didn't put you off. Really interesting. Sorry, I don't know why I say things sometimes, guys, but I was very scared during that. During the spider scene. Really interesting to follow your journey through the books. I'm so glad you're here, Kiri. Thank you so much for joining us. This is where the books really kicks in for me. So thought might jump into the book club with the others. You're very welcome. I really enjoyed the first lesson and always like to see Harry interact somewhat more with other people than Ron, Hermione, and the occasional Fred and George. Yeah, it's true. I think it's very natural to gravitate around just your friends and everything, but it is nice to see him interacting. And you're specifically talking about the DA, aren't you? Yeah, because it's the first lesson. Yeah, of course you are. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and it shows us a confidence that Harry often very doesn't have around other students. Because obviously he's like walking down the corridor, everyone's like talking about Harry Potter and the Scar and everything like that, and everything's like, oh god, I hate this. Whereas here, everyone knows he's Harry Potter, but not only that, they all believe him. And so he's now seeing that value in that. And so yeah, that is a great point. The fact that he is now you see him interacting with them and doing it well and with confidence and with conviction and being in charge insanely. You know, imagine Prisoner of Azkaban Harry being in charge of a lesson, guys. Oh, that's fascinating. Yeah, it's crazy. He has come a long way, guys. Yeah, he's my favourite character in the last book for a reason. He really, that made me happy when I realised that was the case. It really did. For myself, there isn't any boring parts from this chapter onward. From this chapter onwards. So I'll be really interested to see your reaction to especially everything the movie left out, changed. Hope you're well. Thank you so much, Kiri. Great first comment. Hope to see you again next time. And yes, greatly appreciated for you being a part of this. And well done for getting caught up as well. Ah, yes. Hi, Veggie. Harry's relation with Neville doesn't seem to have changed since learning about the fate of his parents, but at least he stepped up to help Neville out after he reacted to Malfoy's taunts, although I think Harry would still have done so even if he didn't know. That is an excellent question. Now, to be fair, Harry didn't know what mudblood meant at that point. So when Ron stepped up to defend Hermione, Harry didn't. But he didn't know what the situation was. But then again, he didn't know what the situation with Neville was. Yeah, so that actually counters that completely. Counterspell. Which is a D&D thing, not a Harry Potter thing. Ignore me. I guess potato is technically a counterspell. Or it can be. That is a great point. So maybe it is because he knows about Neville's past that he stepped in, because he steps in before Ron does, and he doesn't know. No, he does know why Neville's doing it. So that doesn't counter the chamber moment. Either way, I think it's great. I do feel like I'll say this, Alias. I don't think we'll ever have a conversation like Ron and Harry did when talking about the Yule Ball regarding Neville. So I do feel like Harry has changed regarding that, and I'm interested to see if it continues to change onwards. I feel like we won't be reverting back to that. I don't think so. We shall see, though. After trapping Rita Skeeter in a jar, Hermione is now putting a curse on everyone who signed the parchment without telling them. She can be a bit scary sometimes. She sure blooming can. And did they sign it as well? Presumably they'd have to have done, wouldn't they? Gold. It's like a time bomb, isn't it? Trying to see what's going to happen. I guess we can add animal cruelty to the list of Umbridge's crimes. I wonder how she got her hands on Hedwig. Hedwig, yeah, it seems like it was Umbridge, guys. I presume it's just a projectile thing that she fired, but it only grazed Hedwig's wing, luckily. Also, it's quite... If Hedwig had been brought down, presumably she would have hid the body, hid Hedwig. Stolen the note. Wouldn't have really learnt that much from it, apart from the fact that it could be potentially serious. Harry would be saying, "Where's my owl?" and everything. Yeah, I guess she would have got away with it, wouldn't she? Yeah, it's horrible either way, though. I completely agree. That's the second time in movies. They gave Dobby's role to Neville after the gillyweed in Goblet of Fire, and now the room of requirement. Yeah, I'm glad that you picked up on that. Yeah, I was all over that as well. Are you expecting Dobby to be the one to cut? Oh, imagine that image! That'd be amazing. Nagani in the last book. Unfortunately, Alias, I feel like there is probably what you say that Neville dies. Oh. I presume that we're all up to date in Harry Potter, right, guys? I presume we are. Maybe we're not. Maybe we're not. Guys, if you're not up to date on Harry Potter, for one, I just made a joke, which doesn't make any sense. But two, please mute for the next 30 seconds, okay? So mute in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So, Alias, are you also saying that Neville gets killed and saving Harry and friends, and is buried in Wales somewhere? That would be dark. That would be dark. Not even telling his family. Imagine that. I want to see a version of the movies where Neville and Dobby are literally twin. Not twin, reverse. So in Chamber of Secrets, Neville's desperately trying to stop Harry from going to Hogwarts and stuff. That'd be great. Okay, so I think they're probably unmuted now, so we can continue. That's yeah, that is a great. I love that last comment. Alias, thank you so much for your comment. Always appreciated. Moving on. Me here. Hermione's jinxing a piece of parchment without telling anyone is fascinating morality discussion. Apparently the curse will make Ellie's Midgen's acne look like a couple of cute freckles. Yeah. I don't think it is a fascinating morality discussion, because I think it's just unmoral. It's just unmoral, guys, you know? To say, okay, we're gonna write your name down on here, this is a trust exercise and everything, and for her to then go and do something beyond that is extremely untrustworthy. So I don't think there is a discussion. I think she's just wrong to do it, incredibly. Although it's good that she, you know, it's the morality of security, isn't it? You know, it's good that she's done it for us, but morality speaking, it is bad. It's Hermione's morality is bad because of this. It's not cool people are agreeing in such detail without knowing. Exactly. Hermione seems to have designed the curse to punish a snitch, instead of protecting the group from the snitch. I have less of an issue with that. Because I think Hermione would argue that no, that's not true, because she said about the acne. I was going to say that maybe Hermione would argue that that it was just a visual thing that they needed to know, and that was just what she just came up with at the time. No, she is actually going out for retribution. Look, to be fair, retribution would be fair in this situation, but the fact that it's a trust exercise, and she's already broken that trust by creating the exercise. It's messed up. I don't like her method, but I see what she's going for. Had Hermione told others the paper was cursed, they might have joined out of fear. Leading to trust issues within the group. It would be like adding a clause to a wedding vow that said, "If you ever leave me, I will set your hair on fire." That's a bit extreme. Actually, then again, I don't know what it is that she's done. I mean, it would have also probably stopped people from signing it as well. Yeah, that's interesting. That's not a good foundation. Telling would also give an opportunity for someone to remove the curse. Oh, well, there's that as well. That's a fair point. I think Hermione, unless he did what's the thing that Snape does? I can't remember, but the guarantee thing, the promise. I think Hermione's chosen method comes from knowing how Wormtail betrayed the First Order of Phoenix. The Marauders thought there was a traitor, but didn't know who it was. Hermione's curse seems to identify the traitor for sure, avoiding past mistakes. Wow! I don't think she's thought that much about it, but maybe she has. Maybe there is a connection there. That's a great point. I still think Hermione is morally wrong. Oh no, I completely think she's wrong, but it's a smart thing that she's done. But I like seeing this ruthless side of her. Oh, absolutely. Blackmailing Rita Skeeter and locking her in a jar was just a start. It really was, and that was still brutal. So God knows what this next one's going to be. Great character moments for Neville. Fighting Malfoy and casting Expelliarmus successfully. The text finally brings up that Harry has known about Neville's parents since Goblet of Fire. Absolutely, yes. And the room requirement, of course. Although that wasn't Goblet, was it? I think that's Azkaban. Sirius, of course it was. Sirius can be reckless, but I think he's right. Dumbledore's army is a good idea. Yeah, it just can go so wrong though, can't it? And so yeah, I do agree, but it has a big downfall if it gets exposed though. Me here, thank you so much for your comment. There you go. Veggie. It's really struck me this time how sad it is that a lot of people of the other houses coming to Gryffindor table would be considered suspicious. It really shows the inner house friendships, interactions seem to be very unusual, and how isolated the house system at Hogwarts therefore is. Yeah, that's always bothered me, Digo. It really has. Now, like I say, we had houses when I was at school, guys, but they were so irrelevant. It's like you didn't think about it apart from on sports day. That's it. Literally, that's it. Sports day. That's quite good at high jump though. Yeah, it's always bothered me that. Yeah, and obviously, having that many people coming over at once would be suspicious. But it does. Absolutely, it is an indictment of what these what the norm is. I really like Hermione, but I disagree with her take on Sirius in Chapter 18. I think she usually has a way better understanding of Sirius and his behaviour than Ron and Harry. Well, Harry just wants to big up Black all the time, and Ron is like a third party here, isn't he, really? But I wholeheartedly agree that with them that she's being unfair to him by considering to give up the defense group simply because Sirius liked the idea. Yeah, that's a fair point. That is actually quite an insult. That is actually an insult to Black, really, isn't it? Just because Sirius can make rash and unreasonable decisions sometimes doesn't mean that everything he likes suddenly becomes a bad thing. Yeah, which is very rational of Hermione. But then again, you know, she's smart in some ways, but not in others, isn't she? That's essentially Hermione's role in these books, isn't it? But she does choose her words carefully, and I don't think she means any offense, does she? To end on a happier note, I've noticed it before, but I think it is incredibly sweet that Crookshanks is constantly trying to touch Sirius's face in the fight. Yes, that does happen. That's excellent. It really shows how much they actually bonded in Prisoner of Azkaban. Oh, I'd completely forgotten about that, Digo. Oh, that's a great point. I completely forgot about that whole story arc. Wow. Oh, that's crazy. Thank you so much for pointing that out. That's brilliant. I'd completely forgotten about their relationship. Badgercat. Just a few random thoughts on these chapters. Chapter 17. Boys not being able to get to the girls' dormitory is such an interesting detail. I'm glad they incorporated that into Hogwarts Legacy, though I haven't seen many YouTube players that actually try it. I can't remember if you figured out while playing, or if this was the first. If this is the first that you've heard of it. No, we did it in the game. We definitely did it in the game. I don't know if it was because Siren on my end. What I presume happened was someone said, "Hey Veggie, try going up that staircase." I presume that's what happened. No one would have told me what was going to happen, but we definitely did experience it in the game beforehand. And yeah, for some reason I got the impression that it was just Hufflepuff. It's nearly past. I thought I had a thought that it doesn't actually matter this year if Professor Snape gives Harry a 0 in his classwork. Fifth years have their OWL exams, so I don't know if the points on schoolwork actually count towards anything other than to see how prepared you are for the OWL exams. Now, I think you're absolutely right. I think they're mock exams essentially, aren't they? Because he's like saying if this was exam conditions, then you would have got a D, was it? I can't remember. The worst. Oh no, he would have been given the worst. So yeah, it isn't adding towards anything. Puke pastels sound disgusting. They absolutely do. Chapter 18. I love the whole exchange between Zachariah Smith and Harry about the disarming charm. Harry saying he used it against Voldemort and the whole room being quiet. Game of chills. Yeah, me too. It felt like such a satisfying moment for Harry to say it as well. And he's also got an incredibly good point as well. But yeah, it's that was a great moment. As always, thank you for all the time and the effort you put into this for us. Badger, you're more than welcome. Thank you so much for being a part of that effort. Greatly appreciated. Madakuma. It's nice to see some book exclusive chapters. Mundungus being able to disguise himself as a witch with just a veil means either that witch and wizard clothing are notably different, or that he stuffed a couple of melons down his shirt. Oh my goodness. What an image that would be. Or the veil could have been magic. Or he could be using polyjuice. You'd imagine Mundungus has used polyjuice before, guys. I would imagine. So yeah, I feel like there are a few other ways. I don't think he would have resorted to melons, quite frankly, but you know what? Maybe he did. It's really cool that Cho and Ginny are the ones who came up with the name for Dumbledore's army. Yeah, I absolutely did not see that coming. That was an awesome little moment. Last time you were wondering if Voldemort's emotions affect Harry's mood. What do you think about the idea after reading this chapter? Well, yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not sure if it changes, to be honest. My thoughts on it, because I do feel like it's just coincidental. Yeah, I won't say anything else on that. Just so I'll see if the whole Harry's mood thing plays out as it does in the movie. But yeah, it doesn't really change that much with the information that I've been given so far, anyway. But great question, though, Maddie. Always appreciate your comments. Thank you, Josh. Great chapters. I'm sure many will say that Hermione is wrong for jinxing the sign-up sheet, but the current climate, I think it's a necessity. Yeah. Now I'm going to add this little point straight away, Josh. I don't think it's wrong that she did it. I think it's immoral. Now there are two differences. That's why I was saying to me here that there really isn't a moral discussion there, because it is wrong what she's doing. But at the same time, there kind of is a discussion, because I agree that I agree with her doing it. So yeah, it's complicated, is what I'm saying. Apart from the Weasleys, Neville and Luna, I wouldn't trust anyone not to suddenly change their mind or crack under pressure from Umbridge. Well, I would say Cho. What Hermione knows about Cho at this point, she was like bigging her up and bigging Harry up. So I feel like she would probably trust her at this point. You said Neville, Weasleys. I can't remember who else is there. Yeah, no, but I think it's you're pretty much on there. Yeah. You include Luna in that? Yeah, I guess you would include Luna with that. Yeah. Look at how fast the students turned on Harry in Chamber of Secrets, and just because they are here for defense lessons doesn't mean that they actually believe Harry and Dumbledore. Interesting. Hermione is being sneaky, certainly, but telling them without would defeat the purpose of having jinxed it at all. That's yeah. I do agree. We did get the comment earlier on saying that it could be an incentive, but and also it's kind of like, you know, this is a trust exercise, and you're basically signing up to getting something really bad happen to you. It's not really trust then, is it? It's for exactly the kind of people who might just be there as a spy. Yeah, and also to not tell them would be a way of outing a spy as well. It's very similar reasoning to why Harry only tells a select few people about his scar hurting. Hermione knows that they can't afford to blindly trust that everyone else will keep their mouth shut. I'm going to add a little thought here, guys. What if someone who didn't go to the initial meeting and everything and hasn't been informed about it is saying to, like, say, Justin, you know what, I really hate Umbridge, I really like Dumbledore. It really sucks I'm not going to be able to learn Defense Against the Dark Arts this year, but I guess there's nothing we can do. Surely, Justin, not knowing about the jinx, I don't know why I've chosen Justin here, but I have. I think we know why I chose Justin. No, surely Justin would think, oh, Harry's going to want more people to be going to it. I'm going to tell him about this club. Bang! Harry, Justin explodes. Yeah, right now, I don't think there's ever been a moment where they've said, okay, this is it now, and we're not going to have any more members. So it could absolutely end up with someone getting shafted just by trying to help the group. Jeez, Hermione. Thanks, Hermione. It's very similar reasoning to why Harry only tells a select few people like Scar. Hermione knows that they can't afford to be blindly shut their mouth. It's not ethical, but neither is what the Ministry is brainwashing people into believing. Plus, Harry has been tortured by Umbridge, which I think factors into Hermione's decision too. Yeah, very possibly. For me, this is actually a very logical move by Hermione. It's definitely logical. It's that is the absolutely fundamental word there. Ethical, though, I'm not so sure, but then again, neither do you. Magic is honestly so much cooler in the books. People can't just point their wand and say a word and be good at casting spells. It takes precision and discipline, and I love that Harry notices the differences between good spell work and bad. It's really cool to hear his thoughts as he observes everyone too. Absolutely. I also shout out to Ron. He held his own against Hermione, even if she did beat him more often. Yeah, absolutely. It just baffles me how often the movie turns Ron into a whiny idiot that doesn't stick up for himself. Oh! Whiny idiot that doesn't stick up for himself. That's a very interesting description of Ron. Whiny and idiot, I get completely, but doesn't stick up for himself. The thing is, we don't get this discussion in the movie, do we? Unless we do. If I've jumped the gun and not watched enough of the movie back again, guys, I apologise. But I'm pretty sure this discussion is not in there. Yeah. Anyway, moving on. Please, excuse me. Please, Lord, give us a balanced trio like the books in the TV show. It's probably the thing that's I want most. Yeah, I would be more precise and say I want a more book accurate Hermione and Ron. But for me, Hermione, she is so fun to listen to hear about in the book. She really is, as is Ron, but Hermione in particular. And so I feel like if you have a very book accurate Hermione, naturally you're going to have a very book accurate Ron. You can't have one or the other, is what I'm saying. Yeah, we shall see. Anyway, Josh, I hope so too, but thank you so much for your comment. Greatly appreciate it. Alex. Hi, Veggie. So much good stuff in these chapters, but I'll just draw attention to my two favourite lines. His large pointy ears were now sticking out beneath what it looked like the hat Hermione had knitted. All the hats Hermione had knitted. It's such a great reveal. I'd love to have seen that. And no, yeah, I can visualise it really vividly. Though it's incredible. Yeah, the DA's good, says Ginny. Only let's make it stand for Dumbledore's army, because that's the Ministry's worst fear, isn't it? I love the fact that it was Ginny's idea. Her development going forward is brilliant, and she really is one of my favourite characters. Why isn't it Ginny that comes up with it in the movie? What, have it been done in the pub? If you're that stretched for time, guys, just have a bit where they say what we're going to call ourselves and everything, and have people like quickly throw out the names, and then have Ginny just stand up and say Dumbledore's army, and then like have Harry like smile like yeah, and then cut over to the stupid scene where they're all queued up to sign the paper. Why does it bother me so much? It really does. It's so unnatural. Anyway. Yeah, it should have been in there. It definitely should have been in there, because Ginny's just not given enough time, guys, and she's such a key. If it's going to end in the way it's going to end, we need to be hearing about more Ginny at this point, you know. And so yeah, I'm really glad that it was her. Great comment, Alex. Thank you so much for your comment. Comment. I hope you managed to see Stuart Lee at some point. I hope that Jim Jeffries was good. Right, moving on. Maria. Hi, Veggie. Happy Thanksgiving. I know you don't celebrate it in the UK, but imagine this video will come out around that time. And it's my favourite holiday. That's very, very nice, Maria. Yeah, I'm sure it's a lovely time of year. Particularly in America, as you got like, you know, free football games. Obviously, they're on quite late in on UK television, but with the football play out for the day, and there's like loads of lovely food and everything. Because a lot of Americans don't have turkey at Christmas, don't they? Because they have it at Thanksgiving instead. Yeah. Well, I hope it was lovely, Maria, in a way. And it's kind of like having it so close to Christmas is awesome. If I was to have like a holiday, it would be around the February point, guys, because the start of the year can be so blooming bleak, it really can. Nothing to look forward to, you know. I need to book some stuff to look forward to, guys. I really do. I've not been the most well person the last like few weeks. Yeah, I need to book stuff in that I'm going to be looking forward to, you know. I don't know. We shall see. So many interesting things in these chapters. Poor Hedwig, Umbridge is so foul. Yeah, everyone's saying it's Umbridge, guys. She's Vile, I should say, not foul, because that would have been a bird pun. Yeah, everyone's saying it's Umbridge. I assumed it was Umbridge, guys, but yeah, it's essentially been confirmed here. Unless you're all playing a very Machiavellian game, which I would appreciate. It turns out it was Hedwig. Hagrid. There we go. I love the line, Hedwig, who was staring at Harry as though unable to believe he would give her away like this. It reminds me of taking a cat to the vet. Oh god. My Penny. God bless her. My previous dog, guys, Penny. I think she may have actually been hit by someone. I'm not actually sure because I wasn't actually taking her out at that point. My mother was taking her out, and she had like a really bad gash on her tail, guys, like a really bad bleeding gash on her tail. As obviously we rushed her to hospital now, to vets, I should say, and we said, can we be in there while she's getting it pinned and everything, and the usual vet that we usually go to, as in the actual veterinarian, wasn't available, so it was these other younger people who we didn't think were very good. In fact, yeah, we didn't use them. We didn't use those people again after this. Said no, it's best if you don't. But it absolutely would have been good if one of us was in there, guys, because all that we could hear in the vet in reception, everyone else in there, was Penny screaming. Not that she was howling, she wasn't screaming. But my god, poor thing. Anyway, she was fine after that, and she was absolutely fine after that. But that was a wake up call to me and Mum, actually, when it came to, you know, what vets to use and everything, guys. It would have been better if one of us were in there. It just would have. Anyway, moving on. Oh god, I don't know why I brought that up, guys. Anyway, she was lovely, guys. She used to feature on the channel as well. I don't know how many of her videos would still be up, because I used to post the occasional vlog of me just walking around with her, talking about things. She was a Labrador Collie, black. Very sweet. Loved the house, guys. She enjoyed walks, but she liked being here. And so she wasn't a dog who was taken into town or anything like that. She was most happy here. Whereas with Woozle, I like to challenge her a little bit more, and I feel like Woozle does enjoy that. I shouldn't have brought that up, guys, because now I've brought myself down. I'm going to have to have a break in a second, unfortunately. Sorry. That sort of thing, it burns in my mind. It really does. But yeah, I appreciate that you know that kind of feeling as well, Maria. And I wonder if it did bring up specific moments for you as well. What do you think of Dobby with all the hats? Absolutely hilarious. I loved it, and I just kind of if we don't have Hermione's payoff, I will be gutted. I was anxiously waiting you to learn what happened to all the things that Hermione admitted. Yeah, I wouldn't have guessed it for a second. I really wouldn't have guessed it right. You should look up the chapter art for chapter 18 from the physical books. Oh, really? I'm pretty sure it shows Dobby with all the hats. That's unfortunate. I don't like that sort of thing. That's like previously ons, isn't it? Yeah, that's a shame. Why do that? Have it on the blooming page when it happens. Or I'll have it on the chapter after. Anyway, yeah, that's a shame. I'm pretty sure that some books, when I was a kid, would end chapters with a picture. Maybe that would have been a better way of doing it. Anyway, I also loved the idea of him putting a drunk Winky to bed in the room required. Yeah, mate. Pardon me. It's weirdly touching. Oh, it really is. And Dobby really is the MVP. Yeah, well, I remember, like, you know, Winky being wrapped up in blankets last time and carried out being absolutely adorable as well. What did you think of Neville trying to fight Malfoy? I appreciate that he's standing up for his parents, even though violence is not the right way to address the problem. I don't think he's standing up for his parents. I get what you're saying, Maria, but I feel like it was a natural instant reaction. I bet that he didn't even realise what he was doing. Yeah, that was my take on it. Or maybe it was more of a standing up. Maybe it was, because he did say about adult minds, didn't he? Yeah, I think you're probably right, actually. I appreciate that Sirius actually delivered Molly's message to the trio. That's actually very true. That's very true. It was a much more mature conversation than the last one, and it was so adorable that Crookshanks was trying to get to him. A great call back to Prisoner of Azkaban. I'd completely forgot about the relationship in Prisoner of Azkaban. So good, Maria. Thank you so much for your comments. Kari, not Carl. I apologise about last time. Hi, Veggie. Carrie. Oh, Carol. Oh, Carrie. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah. Okay, Carrie. Very easy to remember. Welcome. So, I guess I didn't call you Carl this time. Chapter 17. I absolutely love Ron sliding down the stairs when he tries to go up to the girl's room. I really enjoyed that Hogwarts Legacy included that in the game, and the girls get to explore all the dorms and more items for them. What? That seems unfair. That is okay. Fine. Okay. Actually, you know what, Carrie? The boy characters get to slide down the slide. So I think it actually balances it out. And it's like the ultimate weapon, isn't? Oh no, but then the boys would be able to get it anyway. No, the ultimate weapon would have to be in the girls' dorm then. But yeah, it does kind of equal out because the boys get to go down the slide. I actually really like the fact that Ron isn't angry about it as well. And I think that he's actually finds it quite funny. I actually really like that. That's a proper book Ron moment. The fact that he's not angry, because you know what would have happened. This scene was in the movie, guys. Like Ron would be going, like birds would be flying around his head. I'm not criticising grins. It is grins, isn't it? Not grunt. I'm not criticising the actor, guys. It's just the fact that Ron is portrayed in this such a silly way in the movies, you know. But anyway, can't wait to hear what you thought of Mundungus being the witch in Hogwarts, in the Hog's Head, sorry. I definitely didn't see it coming. Oh, absolutely not. I thought it was a complete red herring. Turned out to be a red Mundungus. Chapter 18. Poor Winky getting drunk and having to sleep it off in the room requirement. I wish she would embrace her freedom. Wish they didn't give Dobby telling him about the room requirements. Pardon me, sorry, Carrie. I wish they didn't give Dobby telling Harry about the room requirement to Neville in the movie. Although I do like Neville, just not as much as Dobby. And it's completely... No, it's not even completely random, because they say it's almost as if the castle is helping us. So that's even the bigger change. So Neville walking past and they're opening up actually isn't a coincidence, because the castle is trying to help Dumbledore's army. I don't know, guys. I don't know. Now I think about it and find out there are actually rules to unlock it, I kind of don't like the fact that the castle is trying to help them now, you know? Because presumably it's trying to not help the Slytherin gang. Yeah, anyway. Harry basically being like, if you don't like Expelliarmus is the best spell ever, you can get the F out. Amazing. It's also hilarious to me, since it's a running joke that the only spell he knows in the movies is it's the only spell he knows in the movies. Lol. Oh yeah, I don't know. I've seen that meme. The fact that they go to Hogwarts, they learn all the stuff, and the only thing they ever use is Expelliarmus. Amazing. I was watching a Americans or Canadians, can't remember which, come to London for the first time, and they were like outside the Leaky Cauldron where that was filmed. That they actually went to the doorway, in fact, and there was a tour guide walking past. Lots of Hufflepuffs there. I appreciate it. And as he walked past, he like pointed to the camera and said Expelliarmus, which is a nice in-joke, but it was the way that they took it, and at least, was basically saying, stop filming my tour. I don't think he has the right to say that. Now, if they were following him around and filming it, that would be an absolute insult, and I wouldn't just say Expelliarmus, I'd say, okay, I'm stopping the tour until you F off, essentially. But if you're standing in a public street, and there are people dressed up with as Harry Potter characters, and you're upset that people are filming it, how about don't dress up as Harry Potter characters? So yeah, you're allowed to film people on the street. Of course you are. It's a bit rude, obviously, but when people are dressed up in a very interesting way, imagine going to like a parade or something, guys. Or Mardi Gras. And there's like someone dressed up as like Mickey Mouse or something. Oh, actually, they do that in like the ones in New York. If you take pictures of those people dressed up without paying them, they get very shirty, don't they? But I'll add this though, guys. The group was moving, not the couple that were filming. The big couple were just stood there having their coffee, and they saw this thing and just filmed it as. They didn't even move the camera; they were just filming it as they were walking past. So I don't think the tour guide had a right to say Expelliarmus, even though it was a joke and he wasn't actually told to stop recording. God, I'm an idiot. Anyway, thank you so much for your comment, Carrie. I'll remember to call you Carrie. I also watched another one where it's a couple coming to London for the first time, guys. And unfortunately, they'd clearly got some bad comments before. Because they were in London for a few days. And you know at the start of some YouTube videos where it like pops up with like comments saying, hey, why don't you do this? Why don't you do this? Why don't you do this? And then the screen gets covered in comments saying, why don't you do this? A lot of them were saying, hey, if you're coming to the UK, don't just go to London, go to other parts of the UK. Groovy cakes. The problem is that a lot of these comments that were popping up on the screen and everything, which obviously this American couple didn't know what this word meant, were using what is essentially a racial slur. It's a slur which essentially means that there are too many Pakistani people in London. And it's not a particularly offensive term, but I'm not going to say it though, that's for sure. And so all these racists, in my opinion, were commenting on this lovely couple, absolutely lovely couple. There is no way that they would have known that this was the case. But of people using this term to describe London, with this, I think it's straight up racist, to be honest. But with this racial slur in all these comments on their video, so bad. And they would have had no idea. They would have had no idea what that term meant. Anyway, moving on. People can be really fun, can't they? Anyway. Sorry, guys. I got a little bit emotional there, but it annoyed me. The fact they were the sweetest couple, guys. They really were. They're like really lovely couple coming to the UK. They're clearly into diversity and everything, you know, guys. And found that a wonderful part of London. And then they see all these comments and feel, oh, I don't know why they refer to London as that, but we'll pull it in the montage at the start. Anyway, let's move on. Flora. Yes. Hi, Veggie. What do you think about Umbridge's discussion to for sorry guys. Okay, start again. Hi Veggie, sorry Florin. What do you think about Umbridge's decision to forbid all teams? What do you think her reasonings were? The thing is, Florin, it is at such good timing that I got to believe that it's because she feels like there's something going on where Harry is going to be going off to these things. Unless it's Mundungus, of course, but I don't think it is Mundungus. No, I don't think it is. So yeah, I honestly don't know. Dobby saving the day again. What do you think about the description of the room of requirement in the book? Dobby saving the day again. What do you think of the description of the room requirement in the book? Yeah, it's really cool. And the whistle appearing thing is actually an aspect of the room requirement where I didn't think it extended to that. I honestly didn't think that that it would have actually extended to you think of an object and it literally appears in front of you. Would Wizarding World people know what a whistle is? Maybe not. They're like, what the heck's that? Yeah, maybe. Yeah, but the description was excellent though, and it's really exciting that the room requirement is now here. And obviously we're going to be revisiting this room in the future as well. Ron, thank you so much for your comment. Greatly appreciate it. Natasha. Hi Veggie, I wanted to dig a bit deeper into the topic of the staircase to the girls' dormitory. It's funny how the boys made it to the 5th year without knowing about it. Do you think it's a plot hole? I can't remember, Natasha, because I don't know if they've been told, oh, by the way, don't go into the girls' dormitory. I feel like it may have been said in the first book, maybe. But 5 years. And presumably with none of the older students telling them. It's 5 years is a long time. So yeah, I don't think it's a plot hole, but it's kind of hard to believe. So I guess that would be kind of a plot hole. I don't think it's a plot hole, but it's a bit of a stretch to believe that it wasn't done at all. Or maybe it had. And Harry and Ron just weren't there, maybe. I'm not sure. It's also interesting how Hermione says boys are less trustworthy than girls. She doesn't. She says it's an old-fashioned... hang on. I'll continue reading. So it's so interesting that Hermione says boys aren't as trustworthy as girls. It sounds a bit sexist, doesn't it? Why should girls be less likely to want to sneak into the boys' dorm or have different reasons for doing it? I'm not sure if Hermione actually says it as in it's her opinion. So there's the one. I don't know if you're probably not, but if you're on my Patreon or on my YouTube channel, guys, you know that there is a series called Hadspin Hotel, and this series was all about the media essentially screwing over the hotel, completely messing with it. And Charlie, the owner of the hotel, really messing up, like royally, over and over again. And so she's being interviewed on the TV. And she like says, look, everything... Just because she'd previously been interviewed for the hotel. And she says, Charlie's such an idiot. She's such an idiot. She's such a great character, though. Not as good as Serpentius. But yeah, Charlie's like saying, look, everything that was said in that interview was edited and, you know, taken out of context, and it made me look really bad. You know, you can do that. You can just take someone's sentence and change it, and and make it come off as if something that they wouldn't actually said. I mean, you can go, oh, I want all sinners to suffer for eternity. I would never actually say that, and then immediately, obviously, this alarm going off saying she said it above her head. Like, God, shut up, Charlie. And so, I feel like Hermione here is saying it in the context of the previous sentence. I think, Natasha. And I think the previous sentence is, it's an old-fashioned thing that that the founders of Hogwarts believed in. Boys are less trustworthy than girls. I'm pretty sure. I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure that is the case. Oh, God. Bloody Charlie, guys. See, Vox is a fantastic villain on Series 2 of Has Been Told. He is brilliant villain. But the main antagonist is Charlie not knowing when to shut the heck up. It really is. Anyway, thank you so much. Oh, no, we're still going. Sorry, Natasha, I got a little bit sidetracked there. I guess the idea is more about the concept of consent. Like, if a girl went into the boys' dormitory, it would be seen as her giving consent. While if the boy went into the girls' dormitory, the girl might not be okay with it. They do mention it's old-fashioned rule, though. There we go. Yes, it kind of hints at the victim-blaming mindset of earlier times. Like, if she went there, she must have wanted it. Oh wow, yeah, I completely see what you're. And that is the whole old-fashioned aspect of it. It's not even. Fact is, there are some people, I will use that term loosely, who still believe in that. Anyway. But back in the day, it certainly would have been. It certainly would have been a more common thing, I believe. But again, I'm not even sure if you are suggesting that Hermione is being sexist. It's so interesting that Hermione says, yeah, I think that my interpretation of the way that she words that is that she doesn't believe it. And she's doing a Charlie from Has Been Hotel. I should say the hotel is for sinners. They're trying to help sinners. That's why her saying all sinners deserve to be punished for eternity is literally the opposite of what she would usually say. In modern times, that logic doesn't feel fair at all. It's not. Sorry if I didn't express my thoughts clearly. No, it's absolutely fantastic. It's a complicated question, really. It really is, and I'm so glad that you brought it up. What do you think about it anyway? I think you bring up a very good point, and I'm glad that you did it, because I'm not sure if anyone else has done, but it's certainly something that's worth exploring. It's one of those things where you could get rid of it, but it's not really doing any harm. Unless Ron brained himself. Like I say, the Ministrants not knowing it would happen, for one, might make them think of trying getting up there in another way, or two, actually end up. No, or the alternative is potentially someone getting seriously hurt. But in the Wizarding world, that's less of a thing. Victim blaming mindset. I feel like you're on the money. I feel like you're on the money with that, Natasha. So yeah, great comment, and thank you so much for bringing it up. That is a excellent and important subject to discuss regarding that. So thank you for doing it. It's brilliant stuff. Andrew. I love the imagery of Dobby wearing as many clothes as he can find. I think the fact that he was still in his rags in Deathly Hollow's movie was an unfortunate direction choice. That's very interesting. Do you think it's because Creature was there at the reveal as well, so they didn't want to have any confusion about the fact that it is Dobby? No, there wouldn't be any confusion. It's Dobby. I guess they're also covering their tracks of, like, the fact that they missed out a lot of interesting storylines. So that's probably why they're doing it as well, to be honest. At least we have the TV show to see Dobby's Tower of Hats. Fantastic. Excellent. I hope that's what the episode's called. Important question. It says Dobby was wearing a lot of socks that made his feet look big. Were they as big as Ron's feet? That didn't dawn on me in the slightest. That's amazing, Andrew. Well done. Good job. If you were walking past the room requirements, what sort of interior would you ask it to make? It would be something that you require, so it would be something that I require right now. Good ventilation, definitely. Because something that really bothers me nowadays, guys, and if you vape or if you smoke or if you do illicit stuff and everything, this isn't a judgment on you at all, guys. And maybe it's something to do with my autism, because apparently it can have to do with that. But I hate going into a town or something and it just stinking of different stuff that people have been putting in their mouths, essentially. Now, cigarettes, weirdly, despite how my father died, cigarettes is the one which I enjoyed the most. It actually is. But vapes, and particularly weed, oh my goodness, I cannot stand the smell of it. I just can't. It's disgusting. It annoys me, you know. It really does. And so, I was in Blackpool, as I would have mentioned, a couple of months ago, and my goodness, that place stank of... Yeah, it's basically those two, like everywhere, you know. Luckily, not in the arcade or the swimming centre. But what I require, I don't know. Stuff for Woozle. I don't know. You know what, Andrew? Your question has actually made me realise I'm actually quite content, mostly with how things are at the moment, despite this old thing up here that's been messing with me the last 3 weeks. At school, room requirement, a quiet room, absolutely. Yeah, it would be a quiet room. There we go. Which I believe schools have nowadays anyway. The swimming centre that I just mentioned had a quiet room, which I actually felt like I needed at one point, guys, because that was a very intense place, you know. I've never been in a quiet room, but oh, hang on, isn't a quiet room those secure things? What are those called? There was a movie about them once. What are rooms called where you can hide if there are robbers in your house? What are rooms that are dedicated to hiding in if you are being robbed? Panic. No, it didn't say on there, but it's panic room, isn't it? That's what I was thinking of. Yeah, so yeah, it's not the same as panic room, but a quiet room, just for somewhere to go and calm down, you know. Particularly with autistic people, but also a lot of other people as well, guys. If you're getting bombarded with stuff and you just need somewhere to go where it's going to be just quiet and not going to be asked any questions, you can just sit there for just a minute and then go back and face it. That would be my room requirement. I like it. I like that. In a school situation. In my house, I don't need one, obviously. But in a school situation, yeah. And the thing is, you said, what would you make the interior? And so I feel like your question is less about what I require and what I want. And if it's what I want, it would be an indoor arcade, obviously. Indoor. Opposed to an outdoor arcade. It'd be a retro arcade. But that isn't what the room requirement is. Because let's face it, guys. These guys, these people are in their teens, and if you could just go in there and get what you want, I think the room might be occupied quite a lot. Quite a lot. Oh, that's cool. But that isn't what the room... It's a requirement. It's not the room of wanting. And that is an important thing. So mine would be a quiet room. Quite a boring option. Let me know what yours would be in the comments, particularly you, Andrew, but everyone else as well. Yeah, please do, actually. That's actually it'll be interesting to read. Oh, in fact, I'll make a note of that. Because sometimes I don't really know what to say in the blurb for these. What would your room of requirement have inside? I better get one person saying loads of vape and loads of... That'd be amazing. And Veggie having to put up with it. That'd be amazing. That'd be a really funny comment. Well, you can make that comment now if you want to, guys. Fill your boots. Not like Ron, that'd take hours. Right. I'm an idiot. I hate it when I make myself laugh. Anyway, we've been nearly going for 2 hours without stopping on this book club, guys. Ron's fate, requirements. I love Sirius's. Don't give yourself the giggles, please. I love Sirius's shades of grey character. You should have said black. You should have said black, Andrew. I love black's shades of grey character. Very confusing sentence. Or what? Hang on, you may actually make that joke. Oh, you do? I'm sorry, I jumped on your joke. I'm sorry. Can we call him Sirius Grey? I jumped on the bloody joke. I'm a terrible human being. Rather than Sirius Black, Sirius is is very fickle. He got moody and snapped when Harry was being reckless before, but suddenly, now he's all smiles. Hang on, he got moody and snapped when Harry wasn't being reckless before, but suddenly he's all smiles, calm and jokey. Now that Harry is breaking the rules. Oh, when Harry wasn't being reckless. Well, he does note that. He says the fact that last year there was someone at Hogwarts trying to kill him. Now there's someone outside of Hogwarts trying to kill everyone. And so he does try to justify it, but quite frankly, that's not really watertight. It doesn't really make any sense, in fact. So yeah, it's such a contrast to the previous conversation. Interesting, but one which shows Sirius's lack of maturity. I think it's fascinating. I hope you're doing great. I hope you're enjoying wrestling more than I am right now. I find WWE a slog to get through currently. Oh, it's awful. I wouldn't say it's awful, Andrew. I certainly am not enjoying it. The bad decisions from a company standpoint, let's face it, and a talent standpoint, as in who's getting booked for it and everything, who's getting pushed and everything, they've just been making bad decision after bad decision after bad decision, much like Shane would say, banger after banger after banger. They really have. Survivor Series was just dull. It was like a non-entity to me, you know. And it wasn't like it was awful. It's not like the worst pay-per-view of all time, guys. They didn't have like Goldust and Roddy Piper driving around with their O.J. Simpson footage. Yes, that really happened at WrestleMania once. I'm not saying that was the worst pay-per-view of all time either, but it was just nothing. Jey Uso, it seems like they are actually trying to annoy people at this point. The whole double entrance thing is so boring. It's not even boring. It's just I had to skip it, and if I'm watching live, I had to mute it or look at something else because it's annoying. It's go away heat for one of the people that they want to be a top babyface. There's something else I wanted to mention about modern wrestling as well. There was. I can't remember what it was. Royal Rumble's coming up. I mean, that's always fun. I've never watched a Royal Rumble which I've actively not enjoyed. And so, looking forward to that. Apart from the one where Rhea won, because I was so desperate for Rhea to win it that I actually didn't enjoy the match because I was just stressing out the entire time. It's pathetic. But now she's as big of a star as she deserved to be, though. So, that was a great Royal Rumble as well. It really was. Rhea Ripley, I should say. Also, Triple H having to be on everything all the time. He's on the WrestleMania poster, guys. He's the frickin'... He runs the show. He's the booker guy. Why is he on the poster for WrestleMania? It just makes all the actual superstars, as they're referred to, seem like nothing. Because they got this businessman standing over them. Oh, such a stupid decision, guys. This is what I'm talking about. The stupid decision after stupid decision after stupid decision. And it's been like this all year. In fact, possibly even longer than a year. Oh, it's going to be Gunther versus Cena. Who cares? Then again, I'm not the biggest Cena fan. That was the I don't hate him or anything, but that was the era of wrestling that I didn't watch. And so his final match to me, it doesn't really matter to me. I'm just looking forward to Royal Rumble, which I will enjoy, Andrew. I hope you do as well. It was you, Andrew, that sent me the AEW things, right? I'm pretty sure it was. Thank you for that. That was very interesting. I need to watch more of those, in fact. Right, guys, I'm going to have a quick break, I think. What I will quickly just state, just on the thing that we discussed just now, which was completely irrelevant to this video. I don't even know why I brought it up, but I did, regarding the whole London term that was being used by these comments, by this YouTube channel, which wouldn't have known that they're actually a slur. You can have your opinions when it comes to integration and immigration and all that sort of thing. You can absolutely have your opinions, but when you're using slur to damn a place, that is when you are being offensive. That's why I don't like that slur. I thought I just completely clarified that, guys, and it was so unfortunate because I don't believe for a second that if this couple knew what that term meant, that they would have put in the start of their video. Let's move on from that. I felt the need to clarify that, guys. It's the fact that it was a slur that was being used, which is what I took exception to. Thank you so much, Andrew. Great comment. Very fun to read that one. We'll continue with Axel next, but I'm going to have a quick break because we've been recording for 1 hour and 45 minutes without me stopping. And some of it was about Harry Potter. And of course, I just realised that I said integration instead of diversity then, so I am an absolute idiot. I apologise. Right, moving on, guys. Well, she was back in it. That didn't take long. Axel. Hi, hello, Woozler Veggie. We just missed her, unfortunately, Axel. Poor Hedwig. She was just doing her job, and someone hurt her. That's not very vegan. Love it, love it, love it, love it. I love how much we see Dobby in the books. I've always been a bit annoyed at the movies, watchers who were upset by his fate in the final movies when they had been 0 scenes with him between Chamber and the Secrets and Chamber of Secrets and Deathly Hallows. Well, it's still a very upsetting scene, but I'm sure it's going to be a lot more painful when we get to it this time, if it happens, of course. Why are you so upset about a character that you've hardly seen? I would say that Sirius Black as well, though. If not more. I think I'd say more about Sirius Black. It really, honestly, I'll be honest, guys, I don't know if I say it in my reaction, but it feels like Sirius Black one is sad because, in a sense, that we hardly knew Yi, and that was also the case for Harry, you know? And so, maybe that's what made that sadder, but it's still a sad scene. It's beautifully shot as well. It really is, on the beach and everything. He is a much bigger character in the books, but the movies just forgot about him. Yeah, you'd hope that it wasn't a budgetary reason, because if that is, that's ridiculous. The amount of money that they put into everything else. Cho suggests Defense Association, which I think is a great name, but Ginny's suggesting Dumbledore Army, which Hermione chooses. I guess she ships Hinny rather than Charry. That's amazing. I've never even said that before. That's brilliant. Have a wonderful day and enjoy lots of woozle cuddles. Yeah, Defense Association. Then again, Dumbledore's Army could suggest it's even something more malicious than it actually is. Yeah. I think they're both great names. I realise the fact that those were the two who basically got the final 2 names for it. You know, that's awesome. You know, lesser characters. You know. Thank you so much for your comment, Axel. Joe, hello, Veggie. Thank you for your last video. I hope this one may be out around my birthday, the 33rd. Sorry. The 33rd. That's a heck of a leap year, that one. I hope this one may be out around my 33rd birthday, the 3rd of December. Joe, you should be golden. You should be golden. Unless anything that I've said in this video gets flagged for whatever reason, which I don't think will happen. That's never happened, in fact. The closest that's ever happened was a Cloud Built. Cloud Built was the second series that I had on the channel, guys. So we're going back quite a few years now. I did Minecraft and Cloud Built. which is an awesome speedrunning game. Really cool game. I'm not good speedrunner, guys, but it's a fun game to play. It really is. I highly recommend Cloud Build. It's changed a lot since I played it, I believe. But when it first came out, it was awesome. And I can't remember the character's name in it, but in the title of one of my videos, I said the character name gets too cocky. And that got age restricted because I used the word that. Not that. But yeah, I said that word. I'm sure that I'm okay to verbalize it, because let's face it, you're allowed to say the F word in videos nowadays and get pretty much full monetization. As long as it's not in the first 30 seconds, although I think like even that's changed recently. Either way, it goes back to, you know, you can't have a laugh with YouTube titles anymore, you know. Yeah, unless I had to edit anything out or anything like that, you should be absolutely fine. You should be you should get it the day before, in fact. But if you want to save it for your birthday, then you can. So just don't unwrap it. I wonder, will you listen to the full audiocast audiobook at the same at some point? I decided to get it, and I love it way more than I thought I would. I've listened to one clip. Someone actually sent me a clip, because Hermione is playing Hermione, right? And if you know, you know. I won't explain it. I believe that's right? It has descriptions. I wasn't expecting that. I thought it was just going to be like an audio drama, but no, it has. Oh, Hermione walks in for the door and stuff like this, you know. Cool. I'm glad you're enjoying it. I knew that I will like it, just not that it will reignite the magic so much. Oh, that's wonderful, Joe. Well, congratulations. I'm glad it was a worthy purchase. I don't know how to incorporate it into a video. It's nigh on impossible, you know, guys. Unless I just do a review of, or if I just listen to, not the Phantom Menace, the Philosopher's Stone, and then just give you my thoughts on how it's done and what I like about it. I guess I could do that. I'm not sure how interesting that would be for people. Because my book cover videos, although they are so fun to do, and they're getting okay numbers, they're not getting the numbers that the book reviews get, you know. As I'm not sure people would be particularly interested in me reviewing, because obviously I can't react to them. Copyright, obviously. And there's no point in doing another book review series unless that's what you want, Joe. We'll do 2 book review series, one for the original books and 2 for the full cast version. Oh God, that would get chaos. Let me know your thoughts, guys. If there's a format that you'd like me to address the full cast books, then let me know. I'm up for trying stuff. Chapter 17. I love when Hermione does things like put Jinx on a piece of paper without telling anyone, or keeping Rita in a jar. If Hermione ever went bad, she would be terrifying. Oh, she's terrifying already, but I agree though. Thank goodness she's not a bloody Slytherin. Seriously, that would have been the end of the world. Do you think Malfoy knows about Neville's parents? He seemed to know most of what Lucius knows, like about Sirius turning into a dog or the Tri-Wizard tournament. I don't think so, Joe, purely on the fact that it says for a brief moment Malfoy looked like really surprised at Neville. So I don't think so. And also, I don't think... I know that Lucius is not a nice guy, guys. But is he really going to say to his son, yeah, we messed up that guy's parents, huh? I don't think so. Yeah, I don't think so. That's my take on it, guys. I don't think so. Chapter 18. I've been waiting for this scene. Dobby is iconic. That is a factual statement right there. I can't wait to see him in the new series. From the set photos so far, and judging on the costumes, I can tell they'll lean into the his quirky side. Oh, fantastic! Yeah, I know that they're going for a lot more of the wizarding outfits, aren't they? Rather than because wizards in Harry Potter tend to just wear kind of normal clothes, apart from Dumbledore. Is that fair? Yeah, Snape and Lupin. Lupin's different now. Yeah. But the Ministry is what I'm talking about. At the Ministry, everyone's dressed in blooming suits, aren't they? Pretty sure. Joe, great comment. Thank you so much for making it. And yes, you should have it before your birthday. Will. Hi, Veggie. Long time no see. Yes, Will. I hope you're doing well. I had surgery in September and I've been recovering ever since. Oh my goodness! Well, I hope it all. It sounds like it all went smoothly. This book is also my favourite of the series, so I hardly had motivation to read it. Sorry, this book is also my least favourite in the series, so I hardly had motivation to read it while in pain. Oh my goodness, no, I'm not surprised. You need to look after yourself when you're doing that sort of thing. Just do what you... Listen to your favourite book, or read your favourite book, you know, rather than your least favourite. Part of the reason this book is my least favourite is Umbridge. Well, that's fair. That's literal go away heat there. Go away heat right there, guys. Are we surprised? Reading about what she does, what she's doing, and saying makes me feel uncomfortable. Well, she's a Slytherin herself and favours the Slytherin students for the sake of it. Not all Slytherins like her. Take Snape. Well, there we go. That's why I was thinking that Harry would assume that she was going to give him a free pass. When she was interviewing him, it was clearly that he absolutely hates her. Absolutely. I wonder if there's anything else about the past that it could have been. Not that I can think of. What did you think of her actions in these chapters, especially allegedly attacking Hedwig and trying to catch Sirius? Well, this catching the Sirius thing was freaking horrific, guys. But you know, if she successfully did it, she'd say, like saying, "Yeah, I was just looking at the fire and then saw that," and you know, she'd be seen as an absolute hero. She's not going to get in trouble for it. The Hedwig thing is obviously she would get in trouble for it, but you know, she could easily hide the evidence, shouldn't she? Although she apparently messed up. Never let leave Hedwig alive, guys. If you're going to try and do it, finish the job. Well, I hope you're doing better. That was September, so I'd imagine you're still feeling it. But well done for getting through the worst of it. And yeah, and it's really nice to see you back. It really is. And take care of yourself. I'm sure you are. Gavnol. Chapter 17. Greetings, Chapter 17. Educational Decree 24 is not a problem. I will explain why if you have not gotten it by the time the book gives the pertinent info. Okay, I don't know what that means, but it sounds like it's going to regarding something that's going to be in the future, so I will move on. But okay, good. I'm glad you got that in there now, though. I would say Quidditch is a whole. Oh, I see. Quidditch as a whole is one club. Everyone can play, or no one can play. Well, there you go, Gaffer. That's actually so true. The letter did say team, though, didn't it? It purposefully specified that, didn't it? Yeah. Unless it is something to do with Quidditch. That Voldemort's annoyed about. Surely not. Not that I can imagine. But yeah, you're right. It should be everyone or no one. Chapter 18. Any idea as to what the Voldemort's events are? No, I don't. And you know, Gavlop, it's one of these things where I kind of don't want to work it out. You know, because I'm fascinated by. I presume at some point we're going to work out exactly why he was angry then, happy then, stressed out then, and so it's going to be a good payoff. But right now, I don't know, so that feels like I'm in the perfect place. How does anyone find the room requirements by accident? Needing to pace on a special location. Oh, you had to actually pace on the spot. You do. Yeah, I missed that out. I just said past 3 times, didn't I? You telling me Dumbledore went back and forth, Aberforth, on the 7th floor when heading to the bathroom. I can't remember this. When Dumbledore describes this to Harry, does it sound like he is saying that it was the first time he ever saw it? Because if not, then you could argue that he purposely made it appear. I don't know. I can't remember if it sounds. I think it is presumed that is the first time that he's seen it. But then again, if it isn't, he may have been able to word it in a way which suggested that it was, if that makes any freaking sense. Gabriel, great comment as always. Thank you so much. Have a quick drink. Oh, she's back again, Woozle. Woozle. Noodles. Hello. Hello, monkey. Hello, monkey noodle. You having a good sleep? The sun's not on your bed anymore, is it? I say your bed. You've been sleeping on my bed the last few nights, haven't you? Which is fine, apart from the fact that I got cramp a couple of nights ago. And because you were right there asleep, I couldn't make a sound. So I just went... Cramp, of course, featured in The Long Walk, which I've mentioned again. It's a good movie, guys. It's a good movie. Yeah, Anubis. A little bit early. And we still have some comments to get through. I think we are getting quite through it, though. I think we're going at a fairly good pace. Let's have a quick look. How do we'll do a comment in a second. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. 13. Although some of them do look fairly chunky. But only 13 comments left, so that shouldn't take too long. Okay. Are you going to be right like that? Okay. And we definitely did start at the bottom, didn't we? I'm always paranoid about that after that one time where I didn't open it up enough. It's stupid Patreon, guys. It's the way it's run. Yes, we're fine. You can have a quick snooze, Woos. And I'll finish this off, yeah? Here we go. How are we doing? Veggie? The moment that Hedwig got injured is the moment when I first read this that it felt personal to me. I talked about not understanding how Harry can't just hold his tongue, pardon me, when it comes to Umbridge. But after this now, I wouldn't blame him if you F with my pet, you F with me. Yeah, that's the thing. It's for a lot of people, animals getting involved in it is going to be a huge issue, guys. And I know it absolutely would for me. I'd be freaking distraught if any. No, I'm not going to think about it. Let's move on. Not that I specifically remember, but the end of chapter 18 with the hand in the fireplace. In the fire probably kept me up late at that night, non-stop reading. Yeah, it freaked me out. Reading that in the middle of the night must have been terrifying, and it happened in the middle of the night as well. Yeah, it should have been in the movie. I'm pretty certain it isn't. Howding, thank you so much for your comment. Thank you so much for making it. Goo. Hi, Veggie and Woozle. The scene of Fred and George puking into a bucket. To show off their wares would have been a disgusting but amazing scene in the movie. That was never gonna be in the movie, guys. Maybe in the series, maybe it's gonna be like a, and then seeing like the students going reaction, and then either Fred and George going, and now I have this, and they're not gonna show someone being sick, guys. They show someone doing the opposite on The Long Walk. Just mentioned that again, haven't I? Oh god, that scene. Ugh. Anyway, there's a couple of scenes actually. Ignore me. Right. Was it potentially a bit underhanded of Hermione not to tell the members of the DA that she jinxed the contract they signed, even after they signed it, just so they knew not to blab. Well, that is a fair addition. Now, people would be like, what the heck? Ron and Harry would be, like, probably mortified as well. But letting them know actually makes the club a lot more secure. I completely agree, Gugu. It's like the Doomsday device on Dr. Strangelove. It's literally like Dr. Strangelove, guys. You have this machine that if anyone tries to nuke you, you will nuke the rest of the planet and everyone dies. So yeah, you're not going to be able to nuke us now, are you? When are you going to announce it? On the Premier's birthday? Oh, balls. Someone's just thrown a nuke at them. It's essentially the premise for the movie. It's not a spoiler, guys. That is the premise of the movie. Basically, this machine is about to... Well, not even machine, but like a hub of nukes are going to be launching to destroy the world. And how are they going to be able to stop it, guys? How are they going to be able to stop it? Very funny movie. Very silly movie, guys. It's a Kubrick, but it's a comedy. And I highly recommend it. Very, very young James Earl Jones in it. Yeah, it's James Earl Jones, yeah. Minor part. But it's a very funny movie, guys. You may have heard the quote, you two can't fight in here, this is the war room. It's probably the most iconic line from the entire movie. It's really good, though. I do recommend it. What would be the closest... No, I'm not going to do that. I was going to do 7 Degrees of Kevin Bacon between Dr. Strangelove and Harry Potter, but I'm not very good with actors. I've said it more than once, guys. Well, obviously, it's the guy who plays like several characters in it would be a connection to a lot of people. So he was in a comedy group with Spike Milligan called the Goons, I think. The Goons? Was it? I can't remember. Spike Milligan. Oh, okay, this might be a good one. Spike Milligan was in The Life of Brian, briefly. Were there really no Pythons in... John Cleese! Oh, I'm actually really impressed with myself. Now, I know it has to be movies sometimes, doesn't it? But what the heck what was Spike Milligan's comedy group called? It was the Goon Show, yeah. But he must have worked with him in a movie as well. Peter Sellers, there we go. Peter Sellers plays Peter Sellers, sorry, plays several different characters in Doctor Strangelove. He was in the comedy group The Goons. I'm pretty sure he was, which makes me think he must have worked with Spike Milligan in a movie at some point, surely. Spike Milligan was in Life of Brian, and John Cleese was in Life of Brian, and also played Nearly Headless Nick. I'm terrible at that game, guys, so I'm actually really impressed. I don't know if the Goon thing counts. But I don't know that many Peter Sellers movies, though. He's Pink Panther, of course, but I ain't seen any of those. But do you want me to check out the Pink Panther, guys? I know they're very different at the start, aren't they? The Pink Panther, I don't think Inspector Clouseau's even the main character in it. In the first one. Anyway, come on, let's move on. I still think, even if that doesn't count, I feel like that was a good 7 Degrees Kevin Bacon thing, because I'm terrible at that game, I really am. It's can't think of anything else I've seen with Peter Sellers in. Was he in, was Peter Sellers in The Lady Killers? I feel like he was. Was Peter Sellers in The Lady Killers? I think he was. Another great movie, guys. I really like the Lady Killers. The original, I should say. I know there's been a remake. I haven't seen that. The 1955 British comedy, dark comedy. Was Peter Sellers in it? I feel like he was. He was. Peter Sellers, yeah, there we go. So Peter Sellers was in The Lady Killers. Alec Guinness was in the Lady Killers, who went on to play Obi-Wan Kenobi in the original Star Wars trilogy, which gives me an open field there. Is there anyone from the original Star Wars trilogy who is in a Harry Potter movie? Peter Cushing would have been an amazing Dumbledore. He's such a good actor, guys. Peter Cushing and Alec Guinness were above those movies, and I freaking love I love the original Star Wars movies. But connecting the original Star Wars trilogy to Harry Potter is turning out to be more difficult than I feel like it should be. And I don't think I should have to extend it into other Star Wars movies. There should be one there. A connection in the original trilogy. I should really do this off camera. Sorry, guys. I'm just trying to do it quickly. The thing is, Brian Preston was never in Harry Potter. It's so weird to me. He should have been. He should have been. Okay, I'm going to jump off that, guys. You know what? Hang on a minute. I'm going to cheat. I am afraid, guys, that this is the end of the book review. As in the project. And I'm also not able to cover anything Star Wars related in the future either. Because I've officially handed in my Star Wars and Harry Potter card. How the heck did I not think about Warwick Davis? And I bet you guys were screaming in that silence just now when I was trying to think of something. Before I looked it up. Oh, if only I'd worked it out, I would have felt so good about myself then. But alas, my brain continues. Warwick Davis, Woozle. Why didn't you say Warwick Davis? You're a fan. Warwick Davis. Peter Sallis. In The Lady Killers with Alec Guinness. Who was in Return of the Jedi. Featuring Warwick Davis as Wicket, the Ewok. Who was Flitwick in all but one Harry Potter movie. But he was also in that one as the Goblin Dude. Right? Was he? Or was that just the second Deathly Hollows? I can't remember. I can't believe I didn't think of Warwick Davis. Alas. I'm going to watch Lady Killers later on. I really enjoyed that. It's very silly, like very old comedy, guys, but it's very charming, I think. And Alec Guinness, he was such a good actor, guys. He really was. It's insane that they got him for Star Wars, but I'm glad they did because he's fantastic in it, even though he's in it briefly. I can't believe I didn't think of Warwick Davis, Weasel. This is a disaster. This is an absolute disaster. Ah, God. And who was I trying to tie him to? Was it just to a Harry Potter movie? It was, wasn't it? Okay, this may have been the longest tangent we've ever done, guys. So let's get back to the comments. Did I actually finish Gugu's comments? I did. No, I didn't. Oh, come on, Veggie. Okay, sorry, Gugu. I nearly missed part of your comment. Was it potentially a bit underhanded of Hermione to not tell him about the Jinx? Oh, that's right, because we started talking about Dr. Strangelove. Yeah. So Harry should probably tell her where her elf clothes are, going to also Paul Winky. Is keeping her in ignorance probably the the better way. I mean, I just can't wait for her to find out. I really hope she finds out, guys. I really do. Stephen King is on record that he considers Umbridge to be the best villain in fiction since Hannibal Lecter. I was going to say the Major then. That's amazing. Imagine Umbridge in The Long Walk, guys. Say, walk until you can. That'd be amazing. Gold. I mean, that's a blooming compliment, isn't it? My goodness, in a way. Never seen a Silence of the Lambs, guys. You know what? I've heard differing opinions of it. There's either people who say it's one of the greatest movies ever made, or completely rubbish. Those are the two takes that I've heard on it, guys. Maybe we should check it out on the channel, maybe. Yeah, I'd imagine there would be an audience for it, but I've definitely heard differing things about it. I feel like the people who aren't a big fan of it aren't a big fan of the female representation in it, as in the protagonist might not be that great a character. I know what, I don't know. I ain't seen it, so I'm not even gonna state that. But yeah, if you want me to check it on the channel, we can do, guys. With some Vava beans. Yes, I know the quote. Vava beans? Who cares? Right, I don't think Harry ever came to a decision over whether he wanted Snape or Umbridge to triumph. I wanted to know that answer because his consideration of it was hilarious in the first place. Yeah, I think he would go. He would side with Snape. He just would. Because Snape hates him, is trying to make his life a misery. Umbridge is trying to get him actually thrown out of school. Now, Snape may have done that before, but on the pretense of something that Harry would have done. Whereas Umbridge is doing it for S and giggles, and then he swore then. So yeah, I think it would be Snape. I actually crazy. Despite the fact that he's known Snape for a lot longer, I feel like it definitely would be Snape. Slytherin Apollo. Sorry about the long tangent, guys, but I can't believe I forgot about Rick Davis. I am so annoyed at myself. Peter Sellers, Doctor Strangelove. Peter Sellers in Lady Killers with Alec Guinness. Alec Guinness in Return of the Jedi with Warwick Davis as Wicket. Wax. Anyone know what that is? Let me know in the comments. Pretty obscure, bizarrely. It's like one of I think of his quotes. Well, I don't know if we're getting one today, maybe. Maybe not. Oh yeah, Simon's there. Yeah, great. So I presume we'll be getting one. Did I actually finish your comment finally? I did. Gugu, I'm so sorry about how long it took me to get through. Slytherin Apollo. Hey Veggie, finally caught up. Well done, Apollo. Nice work. I like your name. I've always liked the name Apollo. It is just me. Is it just me, or do the last 3 books feel like a different genre? Because I read that somewhere and now I can't not notice it. The first 4 books are mainly mystery books in a fantasy setting. Philosopher, who's after the Philosopher's Stone? Who's the heir of Slytherin? Why didn't Hufflepuff get more credit for defeating Gryffindor during the match, a Quidditch match? Who put Harry's name in the Goblet of Fire? And what would be the biggest mystery right now? Why is Umbridge such a... It's the corridor, isn't it? It's just Harry's dream is the only real mystery. How interesting. While the 3 books read much more like a war saga, as there's no main mystery in each book. That is absolutely fascinating, Apollo. Absolutely fascinating. Also, how dare they hurt Hedwig? Quite true. I just realised it's Harry's birthday in the films, and oh, hang on. I just realised that Harry's birthday in the films and books different, because in the films it's July, when in the when the film it can't be, because I'm guessing you mean in the book it's July, but in the films it can't be because it's the same day he takes the train to Hogwarts, which would make it September. So Hagrid takes him to Diagon Alley. Is that all on the same day? My goodness, Harry must be knackered by the end of that. Yeah, because it doesn't say about them staying anywhere, does it? So where does he stay in the book, then? I'm a bit confused. Because he takes Harry there and then, doesn't he? No, but it's not his birthday then. It's not his birthday in the lighthouse, is it? Is it lighthouse? The house. Okay. That's confused me. In a good way, Apollo. I feel like you've made a great point there. Thank you so much for making it. Excellent. Greatly appreciated. CJ. I hope you appreciated my Vegemite comment, although I know you don't like Vegemite. So, g'day, Veggie. Hope you're having a lovely week. Fun fact, we are about 45% of the way through this book. Yeah, I feel like that feels about right. Some people complain that this book is too long and has too much fluff. Oh my, what? Not so far it hasn't been. Unless the second half is very fluffy. But fluffy. Sorry. Oh, I said in that voice, but I did. But I personally enjoy the more fleshed out world. It's what makes it feel more real. Oh no, what they consider to be filler chapters, I presume, are some of the absolute best chapters, and they're often a bit left out of movies as well, which make them even more enjoyable. Weirdly. Into the chapters. Chapter 17. Does knowing Hermione's jinx on the paper make you feel differently about them all signing it? Well, yeah, it does, and it's actually a very clever ploy by Hermione. It definitely makes me I wouldn't want to be around it as much as a response of it, because I don't know what she's plotting. But yeah, it makes sense, huh? Poor Hedwig, she didn't tell Harry and Ron beforehand. It's bizarre, completely bizarre. And then she so casually says it later on. Poor Hedwig, she didn't deserve that. I actually like seeing this side of Trelawney, as in... I actually like seeing this side of Trelawney. I guess you don't mean just you like seeing her upset. You like seeing her not being taken down a peg or two, but seeming more human, maybe. Maybe that's what you mean. I'm not 100% sure, which, but I'm presuming that's it. Chapter 18. This chapter mentions that Charms is a great class to have a chat in because there is so much other activity going on that they wouldn't be overheard. Yeah, absolutely, they say that straight up, although apparently in Binsey would get away with it as well. Oh no, you don't want everyone else to hear it though. This follows directly on from what Sirius said about the Hogshead and the 3 broomsticks. That is a fantastic point, CJ. Yes, absolutely. He says about the fact that no one would know. You know, it's being in a crowd. No one's going to notice you. If you're on your own, people are going to notice you. You know. Brilliant point. That is clearly done on purpose. That's excellent. Do you think Quidditch players should be allowed to use spells to help them in the game? Feels like cheating. You know, my opinion on Quidditch as a game, guys, hasn't actually changed that much. It hasn't. I know that a lot of you have tried to convince me that it makes more sense than I see it, but my opinion on it hasn't changed. And so, because of that, I think, what the heck, doesn't matter. But if I did enjoy it, and I enjoy the chapters, guys. But if I thought the game worked more as an actual sport that could actually be entertaining to watch and play, if I did think that, which I think is what the majority of you guys think, I would think it is a massive issue to introduce magic into it. And quite frankly, why is it not being done all the time? You could use all sorts of spells for it, surely. Maybe you're not allowed to do spells on other people, but on yourself to buffer yourself. Buffy. Did you like all the names suggested by the group? What would you have come up with? I wouldn't have come up with Dumbledore's Army. I feel like that is asking for trouble. I would have called it something incredibly random, like the Neville's Great Club. You know, that's something completely random. That's not going to draw any sort of attention. It's like Fluffy. Not Fluffy. Snuffles. Yeah, it's like if they'd said. Okay, so you're not allowed to say Sirius Black at Hogwarts, right? Make sure that you don't say it. So what about we call the guy who's broken out of Hogwarts instead? We call him that instead. The fugitive, you know? It feels a little bit like that to me. Anyway, CJ, thank you so much for your comment. It's interesting. Hi, Veggie and Woozle. Wait, it's getting on a bit now on Woozle, isn't it? How many have we got left? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5... 6, 7, 8, 9, and they are, some of them are fairly long. We'll carry on. I need to get this exported as soon as possible so you can get it today. So that's why I want to get done before I do anything else, because it's late enough as it is. I never thought I'd do this. By the way, guys, if I've accidentally missed any comments up today, I'm so sorry. I keep on finding myself having to scroll back down and again. I don't know why I'm doing it. I never thought I'd do this, but I have to defend Trelawney here. Last book club, a lot of people were calling her a fraud, and now Hermione is doing it too. Well, I think Hermione's always believed it, hasn't she? She's a terrible teacher, yes, but not a fraud. She's a real seer and has made at least one legitimate prophecy that we know of in book 3. Calling her a fraud is just plain false. Does Hermione know about what Harry saw with Trelawney? I'm presuming that's what you're referring to. I'm not sure if Harry ever told anyone about that. I mean, it'll come up later on in this book, presumably, but yeah, I'm not sure if he actually ever told anyone. It's everything else. It's everything else that she's doing. The fact the class seems to be extremely lax. The fact that she's constantly talking about Harry dying and everything. That makes people think like she's not convincing, but yeah, it's unfortunate that it is now on, and I feel sorry for her. I don't want anyone to lose their job, guys, but at the same time, half the teachers at Hogwarts are not great teachers. So 3 or more people is considered an organisation. Does that mean the trio can't hang out anymore? Well, in an organisation, team, group sort of way, or the group is quite vague, isn't it? I don't think it stretches that far. If it does, it'll certainly come up at some point. Maybe not with the Golden Trio, but with other characters. But we shall see. I mean, obviously Fred, George, and Lee are hanging out a lot, aren't they? Dobby is back. I'm so glad we finally know where all Hermione's clothes were going. How do you think she'll feel when she finds out? I cannot wait for it, and I hope that she goes nuts. I don't think she will, but I hope she does. I was always a little annoyed with the DA scenes in the movie. The room looked cool, yes, but it was nothing like the book. It looked awesome. It does look awesome in the movie, I agree. Things like that are always so strange to me. What are your thoughts on it, Veggie? Until next time. Is it that maybe they didn't think it seemed magical enough? Or special enough? Maybe that's it. Because it's grander in the movie, I'm pretty sure, isn't it? Or more unique, I should say. It is unique. Yeah. It's a great point. But yeah. To be honest, it didn't stand out as something that particularly struck me, the differences in it. So obviously, I'm not too bothered by it. But it's nothing. Thank you so much for your comment. What's up, V and W? Am I technically suing VW? No, it's BMW. What I'm talking about. I'm a part of this admissions thing, guys. Ignore me. Right, moving on. Chapter 17. I love how... And I'm not doing it, obviously. So, chapter 17. You're right, monkey. What you doing? Wah! What a big stretcher. You okay? You lay down. We need to get through this, don't we? We need to get through it. So we can get you out for a W. So, chapter 17. I love how this book incorporates the lessons into the plot, so we can see what the students are studying. Giant wars, silencing bullfrogs and ravens, and even the sloth grip roll for Quidditch. I imagine this involves loosening your grip on a broom like a sloth, so you can roll while keeping your body slack. I was imagining literally hanging upside down, but actually that makes a lot more sense. That yours. It would allow you to rapidly shift your center of mass to avoid bludgers. Well, there you go. That sounds awesome. It sounds like you thought about this as well, Joel. Great work. What are your thoughts on Umbridge almost catching Sirius? Terrifying. Does flu powder work the way you imagine from the movies, or is it a bit more complicated than you thought? Well, I didn't think that it was part of the flu network, but I think it must be a part of the Hogwarts flu network then, maybe. But then how would Sirius turn up in it? Because no, is he using the flu though network? I'm not sure. I don't think he is. I don't think he is he? Chapter 18. It is definitely more complicated, yes. Chapter 18, fantastic chapter. I love the reintroduction of Dobby, as always. We learn what has been happening to Hermione's hat, classic. I don't believe we get any indication that Harry explained to Hermione what was happening to them, though. Haha. Oh, so it doesn't... well, you may have just said that it doesn't happen. Nah. I'll give you a pass. You haven't confirmed it or not, but that may suggest that Hermione never finds out. Dobby is a legend for suggesting the room requirement. Absolutely. I love the details involved with the room, like the cushions, dark detectors, and later a whistle. I can relate to Harry's awkwardness towards the teaching for the first time. Oh, really? I was a tutor in college and was almost tutoring people a year or two below me. Oh, wow, that must have been a trip. I was a tutor in college. Oh, no, eventually I became a TA and teacher assistant, and now I teach people in a professional setting where many of my students are much older than me. Oh, wow. That's fantastic, Jolt. One thing I've learned is that teachers are always learning to become better teachers. Well, you'd hope so, wouldn't you? I know there's some, when I was at school, it certainly weren't. Some of them literally went down the pub during lessons. Jolt, thank you so much for your comment. Greatly appreciated, as always. Gary, not Jerry. Hi, Veggie. What annoys me about the movie is that they invent a character called Nigel, here we go, and get rid of Colin and Dennis Creevy. What the heck? Who the heck is Nigel? Who the heck is Nigel's an amazing comment. Why? Is it because the actor changed and they wanted to give another actor a different character? Is that it? I feel like it could be a bit of nepotism going on there. I guess I don't know if Nigel's parents were someone in particular, but it feels like that there may have been something going on. Either way, Gary, I have no idea, but it does seem like an odd choice, doesn't it? Because they could easily have just said, yes, this is now this is now Colin, and they say, well, it doesn't look like Colin. This is a magical world. Something happened to him. Thank you so much for your comment, Gary. Pumpkin Sparks. Hey, Wizzles Human. Oh, it's me. If you know about the room requirement, would it be feasible plan to skip breakfast and go to your first day of school and pace that corridor instead? Thinking that you need all the supplies and books required for the year. I mean, that's risking it for a biscuit, isn't it? I think that most people's parents or guardians are going to make sure they have their stuff. Because obviously Harry does have a guardian in Hagrid. Well, he was when he first got his stuff. But yes, that would be risking it for a biscuit. First day as well, that's crazy. The Dobby scenes always give me very mixed feelings. For one, it's sweet that Dobby is adorable, and I'm happy for him that he got to talk to Harry and help him out. Then the whole spew revelation is kind of funny, but it very blatantly points out that the whole problem that Hermione is not seeing. But mostly, I really do not like that Harry doesn't tell Hermione, and that she never has to show any accountability for her actions. I'm not sure what you mean there, Pumpkin Spark. Sorry, I'll give it one more read. It's the two buts I think threw me off. Sorry. When the whole spew revelation is kind of funny, but it is very blatantly points out the whole problem that Hermione is not seeing. But mostly, I really do not like that Harry does not tell Hermione, and that she never has to show any accountability for her actions. If you're referring to the fact that Harry never tells her about the hats or anything, that's something that I don't know at this point. But if you're referring to something in the past, I'm afraid I'm not sure what you mean, sorry. I understand that it would slow down the story, but I really wish that there was a scene where she goes to the kitchens and apologizes to the house elves. Again, I don't know if that's going to happen or not. I have my own theory why that doesn't happen. I know I do. It's mainly boils down to my lower opinion of the author as a person, but it really bothers me. Also, Harry, this should be a cue for you to occasionally go down to the kitchen and talk to Dobby like every 30 minutes or something. I was like, yeah! I mean, Harry has been up against it with homework in detention so far this year. So I feel like that would be his reasoning. And I was going to say excuse. I don't think it is an excuse. I mean, like, that is a legit reason. So yeah, he has been very busy. But you'd think that during like weekends or when it's a bit quieter, he would pop down just briefly to see Dobby. Yeah, absolutely. I adore how much Harry seems to enjoy teaching and has a pride in his students. Absolutely, yeah, that made me happy. It genuinely did, that he was so getting into it. He also seems to be quite good at quite a good teacher. I completely agree. Something I think the movies have done well here is Harry's costuming, is it? Consuming or consuming? No, it's not consuming. Costuming during the DA lessons. For one, it's smart to dress everyone else with a close cardigan or sweater, so he stands out more, showing a lot more of his white shirt. But the open, slightly loose cardigan is also reminiscent of one teacher Harry would want to emulate, Lupin. Well, that's absolutely true. Something I think the movies have done well here is Harry's costuming during the DAs. For one, does he dress differently from the others? That is a great little detail. That's true. Wow, that's awesome. I did not notice that. I've got computer froze then. I've not noticed that in that scene. That's great detail, Pumpkin Sparks, and yeah, it makes absolute sense. Great comment. How many more? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. Liz. Hey, Veggie and Real. Chapter 17. Umbridge is just loving having this power over Harry, yeah, which is an aspect I was not expecting at all. The fact that she's clearly enjoying it. She's so vindictive and power hungry. This is also a chapter where you find out that the boys can't go up to the girls' dorm, lol. That must be fun for the girls to slide down the common rooms instead of walking. Yeah, that was nice that she took advantage of that. That was great. Poor Hedwig. This part always angers me. Who do you think hurt her? Well, going on the comments today, it seems like it's Umbridge, or at least it's suggested that it's Umbridge. Umbridge inspecting Snape's lesson is quite enjoyable, though. Haha. Oh, it was, and I was so glad it was in there. Sometimes I feel sorry for Trelawney. I love the conversation with Sirius, though he had to point out the Hogshead meeting. Yeah, that was awesome. And I was completely baffled when he brought that up. Or he brought up the group, I should say. Chapter 18. It's annoying to me that Hermione changes her mind just because Sirius's opinion of it. Yeah, I know that's a very interesting point, actually. It was brought up earlier as well. And it is an insult. It really is an insult to Black. Haha, Fred. But then again, they've been at each other, I know, haven't they? Argument-wise. Well, opinion-wise. Haha, Fred and George Boyles. Haha, that's disgusting. It would be really strange to feel what somebody else is feeling as if it was your own emotion. Love that Dobby is taking all of the things Hermione's leaving out. I think Harry should try tell her, though. It's what a good friend would do. He's just worried it'll hurt her feelings, I think. Well, possibly, but I mean, I'd say that I don't know if he doesn't do it, but it sounds like he doesn't do it. Do you remember? Do you remember basing on other comments? Do you remember what Dumbledore said at the Yule Ball in Goblet of Fire? He was referencing the room requirement, and a lot of people think he was particularly telling Harry so Harry could find it one day if he really needed it. Maybe, because you wouldn't want to tell all the students, would you? Yeah, because it's a secret for a reason, is it? So maybe he was. It's a very Dumbledore-esque thing to do, isn't it? I love that Ginny came up with the name for the DA with a little help from Cho, lol. Absolutely. Again, Luna making me laugh. She's an absolute treat already, guys, and I don't just blooming matter. Love her so much. All the best to you and your beautiful woozle. That's her over there. Thank you so much, Liz. Thank you so much for your lovely comment. Greatly appreciated. Yeah, I really hope I haven't missed any comments, guys. I'm so sorry if I have. 2, 3, 4. Okay, 4 more comments. T Phoenix, hi Veggie and Woozle, nice to see you back. You've covered everything, thank you very much. So I just have one weird question. I've had for a long time. What is the phrase you say at the end of your video? Oh no, that's counterproductive. I can never understand it. What I hear is, please like all, I'm Veggie Gamer, and I'll see you next time. So please can you say what it is very slowly once? I will do it in this video if I remember. I will do my best to remember, because that would be a funny way of ending this. Sorry for the stupid question. No, it's not a stupid question, T. I've been told many times that I speak way too fast, particularly back in the day. No offense to CJ here, but a lot of people thought I was Australian just because I talked so fast in my videos. I don't know if that is a particularly Australian thing, but it's because they couldn't quite discern for my enunciations, you know. And so I can understand that, especially if you're not from the UK as well, maybe. I have no idea. Thank you for everything you do. I appreciate that. Your hard work is recognised and really appreciated. Thank you so much, Phoenix. You know what, guys? Recently I have been down. I mentioned it earlier on in the video, and I kept on doing this. I'm not happy Veggie at the moment. I'm not. I'm just not. And I really try to let it avoid work, but sometimes it will seep in. We're not going to be going back to how it was with the Azkaban book, guys. Such a shame that I did that, guys. I feel like I ruined the series for a lot of people back then. As in my series, obviously. But getting nice little comments like that mean much more to me than I could ever express. I got a lovely one. What video was it on? Oh, it was on the Harry Potter Christmas reunion video. And yeah, I got it like a couple of days ago, and it was so nice. And they're saying like how I'm a really good mix of intelligence, which I think was sarcastic, emotion, and humour. Very, very, very nice comment. I really appreciate that. So, leaving a comment on I'm not saying do this for me, guys, but if you have any other YouTubers that you really appreciate, leaving a nice comment can actually really change their day. It really can, guys. You know. So I'll leave it at that. But thank you so much, T Finks. That's very, very kind of you. Simon. Blood. I'll get it. And it's 2 people, presumably, because it's two different. I think I know it. It is, yeah, I know it. I mentioned David Jason earlier on, guys. Not DuckTales. Count Duckula, right? Blood. I'll get it. Yeah, it's definitely Count Duckula. Excellent one. Excellent. I appreciate it. Who is in Count Duckula apart from David Jason? Count Duckula, IMDb. Because it wasn't one of those, well, it ran for 5 years? Surely not. 65 episodes. There's more Count Duckula episodes than there are of Avatar: The Last Airbender, guys. That's mental. Sorry, I don't use that word. Sorry, guys, I genuinely do not use that word I do not use that word lightly, sorry. That's crazy. There we go. Jack May, I don't know that. What? I said the cast. Sorry, guys. I just want to see if there's anyone famous in anyone else I know, I should say, in Count Duckula. It said Dracula, but he's a duck, and he's a vegetarian because they put tomato sauce into his reincarnation instead of blood. Hence, I'll get it. Why is it telling me the writers? I'm asking for the actors, the cast. No, here we go, right. Barry Clacton. That is a very familiar name to me. Jake May played Igor. Nanny by Brian Truman. All these names are very familiar to me. Oh, Ruby Wax was in 15 episodes of it. That's crazy. Yeah, I feel like if I checked out these other cast members at IMDb, then I would know them from numerous other things. Although the narrator is best known for it. Brian Truman's very familiar to me. Oh, he was in Danger Mouse, apparently. Who did he play in Danger Mouse? Oh, he wrote Danger Mouse. Oh, he wrote Count Duckula as well. Venture's Spot, my goodness. Actor. Previous. Yeah, maybe I don't know anything else. He's done a lot of kids stuff. And a lot of kids shows. Well, he's Wind of the Willows as other voices. Wind in the Willows as one of the weasels. He's in Brookside, apparently. Coronation Street. Yeah, I don't know. Okay, I need to stop. Sorry, guys. I keep on saying I need to take Woozle out, and I'm talking about Count Duckula. But to be fair, Simon brought it up, so it's Simon's fault. Great quote, though. Seriously, that did challenge me then. Just a bit of intrigue in these chapters. I think they should have let Neville try his luck. He could have taken Malfoy. Well, it was such a surprise. He may have actually slogged him one before anything else kicked off, because it was so out of nowhere. I think he may have actually got to him. But Harry and Ron are helping Neville there. They really are. So now you know. So now you know have the answer to your question about the location of Hermione's hats. Though the location of the twins' boils are best left. Oh my goodness, yeah, that was horrible. I didn't like that bit. That's disgusting. Best left to your imagination. Would have liked if Umbridge tried to catch Sirius. Was in the film. It's quite a good scene. Yeah, it's absolutely blooming terrifying, and it's good to know that it definitely isn't in the movie, because part of my brain was thinking maybe it is in there, but it's not. It's so scary though, guys. That was one of the scariest parts of the book so far, seriously. Notice a pattern. They keep giving Dobby's moments to Neville in the films. Yes, absolutely. We've discussed that. How they find the room requirement makes more sense in the back. Oh, absolutely. Well, the thing is, in the movie, it suggested that the castle is helping them. And now I think, at the time I liked it, but now it does seem really stupid. This is a lot more logical, obviously. Regarding the last book, book club went to Talking Pictures TV live event in Hebden Bridge. Met the Carry On star Amanda Berry, Anita Harris, and Sherry Hewson. Okay, I'm sorry, I need to look up these people because I'm terrible. I am terrible in these names. I recognise them all, I just can't put a face to them. Amanda Berry. Of course, Cleopatra. Anita Harris. That is a very familiar name. Who is that? Oh, she was on Carry On Camel. Yes, she was on a whole bunch of them. Particularly earlier on, like the second quarter, I'd say. And the third one, Sherry Hewson. Was she in Carry On? Loose Women, right? Because I'm pretty sure that Amanda Berry was on Loose Women as well, I think. Loose Women is a chat show, daytime chat show, I should say, guys. I should explain that because it sounds a little bit different. Well, not really. Oh, she's in Dr. Beecham. Wow, I really liked that. I was the one. I was the one who really liked Dr. Beecham. She was in Carry On movies? I'm sure she was. I just can't think of which. Obviously, she would have been very young. Oh, unless she's in like Carry On Behind, maybe. Sorry guys, I'm taking way too long. Carry On Laughing doesn't really count. That's a separate thing. Oh, that's it? Oh, she was only in Carry On Laughing? That can't be right. Okay, what is happening now? My phone has gone absolutely insane. Okay, one more scan. Just want to see if she's in anything else than Carry On Laughing. Because Carry On Laughing, it doesn't... I don't think it really counts. It's the TV show rather than the movies, I should say, guys. I should explain. Or maybe I shouldn't. Maybe I should. She was in Carry On Behind. I was blooming right. Oh, Carry On Behind's great. Well, it's not great. It was much better than I was expecting it to be. It was really... I must admit, guys, I did enjoy Carry On Behind. It's largely about bottoms, believe it or not. Can you imagine a Carry On movie being largely about bottoms? Well, that's awesome that you got to meet them. I mean, unfortunately, there aren't many Carry On stars left, are there? But Cleopatra, that's a major one. Karen Cleo is definitely one of the very best as well, guys. Great work, Simon. That's awesome. Congratulations on getting to meet them. That's great. I don't know what I would ever say if I was to meet like celebrities I really like, guys. I really don't. But I'm glad you managed to do it, though. That's awesome. Nice work, Simon, and thank you so much for your comment. As always, I did actually finish it, didn't I? Also, not long now. Okay, sounds like a threat. Civilized Saint? Civilized Saint. Yes, Civilized Saint. That's an awesome name. Namaste. First time. Oh, you're very welcome. I was going to say I thought that was a new name. I love your icon, by the way. Namaste. What language is Namaste? Wait, what? It's a word coming from literature, meaning I bow to you. Oh, wow, that's very kind of you. I love it. I've never really heard that. Namaste. Where have I heard that from? Sounds Japanese to me. Anyway, let's move on. Let's get to your comment. This book is my fave. Excellent. You turned up at just the right time then. My XP is like yours from book 5. I read until Goblet of Fire, watched all movies, and then had started reading I always forget which one. Order of Phoenix. There we go. For some reason, that format always confuses me. A couple of years later. Oh well, there you go. I found you during Prisoner of Azkaban. Oh, that was a bad reaction. when I was when I talked over Hermione's line. I hope that wasn't too annoying, Civilized Saint. Wanted to comment since 2014. It'll take forever to catch up because I'm still at the start of Goblet of Fire. Well, you know what? Take it in your stride and you'll get here. But it's nice that you're leaving a comment anyway, though. So decided to skip and join in. There's that as well. That is also a great option. Your take on Molly and Weatherby is surprising. Oh, really? Weatherby. I say a lot of bad things about Molly, don't I? I'm guessing you mean particularly with Percy's situation. Civilized, or I'll call you Saint if that's okay. I'm just a big Percy fan. I really am, and I know that makes me biased. But you know what? Those are my thoughts when it comes to these characters. I love Molly as well, of course I do. A prof smoking. Oh, a professor smoking a pipe in the staff room. I know that's turned out to me like what is going on there? Would have joined Neville to beat up Malfoy. Absolutely, yeah. No, great. It's just Harry and Ron just turned on Malfoy as well. He just like end of Malfoy. End of the book series as well, probably though. Snape being teaching since for 14 years, i.e., 1982, age 22. I'm so glad you did the maths to that. That's awesome. That's brilliant. Thank you. Because I was trying to work out exactly when that was. From Death Eater to spy to a teacher. He doesn't have training requirements to be a teacher, as is unfit for the post and acts like a H. H? Oh. It's probably good that I don't know what you've written there. Acts like. I'm trying to do Wordle now, and it takes me ages to do Wordle. Let's move on, because obviously it is. I can't say what the word is anyway. Hermione's opinions treatment of Sirius bothers me, and that's come up a few times in this book club. It's very interesting, and Harry too, because he cares about what she thinks. Angry, irritated, and withdrawn. Signs of mental struggle and depression. I was abused in high school and can remember that feeling of helplessness. I'm so sorry that happened to you, Saint. And it's so, oh my goodness. It's so interesting that you've essentially had the same effect from the homework that Harry has. The fact that Harry just can't stop thinking about his situation, and just seeing the words were triggering those thoughts. I'm so sorry to hear that happen to you, Saint. I hope you're doing better now. Can see those in Harry now. Maybe that's why I like this book most. Can you guess my second favourite by looking at my profile picture? Oh, Chamber of Secrets. Now I don't know. Is that a book cover, Saint? Because at the moment we're doing book covers, and we've just done the Chamber of Secrets book covers, guys, which were fantastic. I don't remember that one being it, but it's clearly Harry with the sword, Faults flying past, and the basilisk, whose name I can actually remember now. It's taken this long, guys. That's awesome. Wow, Chamber of Secrets is second favourite. I'm looking for. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to rank them at the end, guys. But I can't wait to work out which my favourite is, though. Goblet was very good, but then again, this has been very good as well. On a lighter note, to see you cover 3 chapters in 4 hours to only 2 chapters in 5 to 6 hours is exciting. No pressure. I appreciate. I can't believe. I said it earlier on in this video, guys. The idea of old school Veggie finding out that we'd be doing a book club and doing it to this extent would blow his mind. Seriously, his tiny mind. So thank you. I appreciate that. So for a long comment, have a biscuit. I love the fact you said have a biscuit at the end. That's a lovely... This wasn't too long at all, Saint. Thank you so much for your comment. I really appreciate it. It's lovely. And yeah, thank you so much for doing the maths on Snape. I was trying to work that out myself. Awesome comment. Awesome comment. I hope to see you next time as well. H, who's probably rounding us off. I will give it a refresh in a second. Hi, Veggie. This is the first time we get to hear Grubbly Plank's first name. Oh, really? Wilhelmina Grubbly Plank. Well, that's very McGonagall, isn't it? Because she's always referring to other professors as their first names, which the other professors I don't think do. Dumbledore definitely doesn't, I don't think. Yeah, I feel like it's a very McGonagall thing. It's very interesting that it's first time here, though. It might be... Because I thought the plank was going to be one and done, quite frankly. But, you know, makes sense she's back now. It might not be, but I can't remember it being mentioned before. But it probably has been. I don't think so, unless Umbridge mentioned it earlier on the book, which I'm pretty sure she did not. I don't think she would have done. I love how Trelawney is trying and failing failing spectacularly to be subtle about what is wrong after getting her inspection results. Yeah, I mean, trying is a bit. She's not. I think to an extent she's after sympathy, but yeah, she's certainly, definitely failing spectacularly to be subtle. That is certainly one way we can agree on. Yes, Hermione suddenly being skeptical of DA after talking about Sirius makes sense. Oh, here we go. Got the counter opinion in a way, and her thoughts about Sirius is almost like an echo of what has been said about him in the book club during this book. Oh, fantastic! Yeah, wow, that's awesome. I just remembered that there is a scene where Hermione's looking out the window, but she doesn't say any of this. But there is a bit where she looks out the window, so technically this bit is in the movie. When it's all raining. I appreciate her saying this because it's not easy to say, because she knows how in advance how Harry will react to it. Oh, absolutely. But the thing is, it goes back to that wonderful moment in Prisoner of Azkaban, which I absolutely love her for. I still do, guys. Where she basically says, Harry, I am going to tell McGonagall if you use that broom. I love that bit. That is one of my favourite bits in Harry Potter, guys. Legitimately one of my favourite moments in Harry Potter. I thought it was so good. So good. And so, yeah, it harkens back to that. She's willing to do the right thing. You're right, baby. You know, I've just finished the last comment, haven't you? Hey? Yeah. What a sweetie petey. I'm going to quickly do the blurb. But thank you so much for watching, guys. Don't worry, I have remembered that I need to say the thing slowly this time. Alright, Shaky. This part of the book review is now complete. Thanks for taking... I never used cap lock, and I don't know why. And see you next time. Smiley face. Next time is not one word, I don't think. There we go. Publish. I wish it wouldn't say publish, it would just say save. So I'm not publishing anything, it's already published. Guys, thank you so much for watching. This has been a really good one. The book club was excellent today, I must admit. I thought it was really awesome. I will endeavour to remember to ask you the question of what you would have in the room requirements in the blurb. But if I don't, guys, please let me know what. And I do feel like it needs to be require. I feel like it needs to be required. So for me, it'd be a quiet room. It can't be just the room of what you want, you know, because that would end very badly. but let me know what you think your room requirement would be. And if you can't work it out, guys, maybe think about it in a school capacity, because that's what I did, and that's when it came to me. So if you can't work out straight away, and then think, well, when you're at school, what would it have been? And I think you'll come up with an answer. Please, okay, here we go. Who was it that was asking about it? was one of the last comments, wasn't it? Phoenix, there we go. Okay. Guys, please like, comment, and subscribe. Subscribe. Okay, start again. Please like, comment, and subscribe. All that good stuff. I've been the Veggie Gamer, and I'll see you next time. You know what? I think I was more confusing doing it slowly.